What's going on, everybody? Just getting set up. Should be an interesting one tonight. Doing my damn usual of dialing in the mic, trying to get the lighting just right, which ain't happening. Oh man, that ain't good. Wow, that's actually really bad. I hope that doesn't happen with the other ones. Sitting here looking at let's turn everything on for everybody. So we'll be painting this guy tonight. This is the Rougarou. I got no chat. Better fix that. Hey, Sheree, how are you? Good to see you. Wow. Okay. Using my leg as a mouse pad is not a good idea. Yeah, so what I was saying isn't good is good old Jason Voorhees has snapped up the center, and then the bottom is cracked in on the mount. I'm gonna have to reprint him. He's trash now. Yeah, well, you were killing it last night. I don't know what it is with people getting drunk and going into political chats on a Wednesday, but I guess that's a thing. I guess that's what the kids are doing nowadays. Dang, I actually got to use the desk. Let's see. Yeah, that's all muted. I swear I hear like an echo, like a mild one. I don't have my echo dial is not turned up. Oh. Just waiting on a couple other people to trickle in, maybe. If not, then I'll get started. But last week I ended up having to repeat everything I started off with. Let's see. What is going on with this? Like I have my there it is. I have my tablet so I can read the chat because it comes up very tiny on the screen or what have you. I switch it over. There we go. I should be able to. Wild and Wacky Wednesdays. Wild and Wacky Wednesdays with weirdos. Like, I don't know what was going on last night. I swear to God, the one guy was JB Scotchman that called in, and it wasn't. It was just some random dude. That one was weird. I got to figure out why this guy. That's not good. I've had other prints do this where they've shattered. I don't know if it's still got to be wet in there or something. I'm going to have to figure a way of drying these things out because that crack is severe. Like it broke the whole thing, ruined the whole statue. And my hand's all nasty from the excess resin. I'm gonna have to like make it where the center's got like a bigger hole to it, so I can get the UV light in there somehow. See you in the trash, Jason Voorhees. That was a waste of time, huh? Yeah. See, I'm losing my dang live chat now. Let me mess with that again. There we go. That's a little bit better. Oh, so how's everybody's day going? Anything fun? Yeah, poor Jason. Even worse, he leaked some of his afterlife goo onto the shoulder of the Rougarou. He's gonna be a fun one to print or paint. I mean, he's basically just a werewolf for the most part, but I'll have to go into his whole story. Grab a fresh roll of paper towel. That camera angled a little better for you guys too. I don't know what that. I've got like some kind of oscillation in the lights. It wasn't there last time. I don't know if it's something to do with the camera or what. He's going to lose his primer. Parent-teacher conferences. Were your kids actually behaving? We will go with the old Frog special of Monster Energy. When we worked together, Frogzilla used to drink this stuff, and I used to drink my Rock Stars. Yeah, I mean, everybody's been going crazy lately. Everything I've seen as far as today goes, as far as news and everything, everybody's all freaking out about the whole interview that happened where Kamala went on to Fox News and had the interview. I honestly didn't think she did all that bad. She just did a lot of filibustering. So I think she would be better served if she had used that opportunity to actually like, hey, this is who I am. This is what I think. This is where what I stand for. And she legitimately did none of it. So I really think she could have done better last night. You know, I feel bad for people. Well, I kind of felt bad for her because all the interviews she's done, nobody really asks a follow up question. Um, and you could tell she was getting angry, everything else. But I also watched Trump do the same type of interview with Brett Baer on Fox News or what have you. And Brett Baer was just as rough on him. Well, actually, it seemed like he was a little rougher on Trump than he was on her, but Trump was actually answering the questions and saying, this is what my positions are. It's going to be interesting to see how everything shakes out. Yeah, she dodged. She did dodge a lot, but that you got to expect it. I mean, what is she really going to come out and say? But unfortunately, that was the biggest news that could possibly happen, you know, or that has happened. And to be honest with you, I don't know if you saw how pissed off I was getting as far as the stream was last night. So, unfortunately, I wasn't really that active in the chat last night. And the main reason for that was like an ass. I got the battle pass or whatever the hell they're called for Sea of Thieves. Like basically I get it each season and I haven't been playing it. So there's 100 levels that you can crack out. And I was at like level 45 or something on it. And I woke up and I just happened to log into it, and I looked at the season pass. I'm like, I'll knock out a daily or something. And next thing I know, I look at it and I'm like, oh shit. 16 hours left until this battle pass ends. I was like, well, I need to get my money's worth out of this. So I just basically was grinding that the entire time I was watching the show last night and everything else, and chiming in on comments on the side while I was sitting there playing the game or what have you. I got to level 94. So what is that? That's not bad. I mean, I took it up 49 levels. If I had another day with it, I would have gotten the full battle pass done. So, but I didn't get everything. The Trump one was actually done back in May. If you want to look it up, Sheree, he sat down with him and did an interview. But Trump's been doing like all kinds of media. Like he just did one with Patrick Bet David, did an interview with him, and he actually told a very, very interesting story on it. Um, Trump apparently, when they were doing you know how he did the criminal reform or what have you. The story Trump tells is that Van Jones of CNN came in and into his office with a couple of other African American people that were really advocating for it, and he said he was in tears and like literally was like, look, it won't get done, the Republicans are going to kill this bill or what have you. And Trump picked up the phone, called somebody who he didn't name which senator he was, but he was like, yeah, he was completely like the leader against it. I called him up, and before I could even say anything, he said, you got whatever you need. If you want me to change my vote on it, I'll change my vote on it, but I'll do it for you. And he goes, you helped me get elected, and I'm going to reward, like pay you back for it. And he's like, honestly, that senator will always have my loyalty because of this. And so the bill passed. And then Van Jones did thank him on CNN, like Patrick Bet David had to point that out. But Trump was just like, yeah, well, that lasted like, what, 5 minutes? And then, like, he just went back to bashing me. He was like, so pissed. Why did I do anything for that dude? But yeah, you got stuff like that going on. So the Patrick Bet David interview was interesting. I think they sat down for like an hour or two. I didn't watch all of it. I watched part of it, like a chunk of it. Um, and then Trump said it again. He said he's going on Joe Rogan, but Joe Rogan hasn't announced that he sat down with Trump or anything like that. And usually with Joe Rogan, his stuff is like a day or two out, if that makes sense. Like it's usually a day or two that Joe Rogan, like it'll be like 3 days and Joe Rogan will put out one. And I know Joe Rogan just did a sit down again with Graham Hancock, which I'm really interested in watching, but haven't watched that yet either. Like I think Graham Hancock, I like the guy. I think he's half full of shit, but because he's not an archaeologist, he's not a scientist. But he is looking at he puts up compelling arguments and he looks at things in different ways, and I can appreciate that. Like if you're going to investigate and report on something like Gobekli Tepe, I never heard of Gobekli Tepe until I heard of Graham Hancock, like in him describing it. But at the same point in time, it's also kind of one of those things with Graham Hancock where like Fingerprints of the Gods, stuff like this, like his books, he speculates a lot, and people, for whatever reason, people take it as like a gospel or fact, like, oh, this has to be, and it's like, nah, man, like, look, there is stuff that disproves it and proves some of. Like he's got some compelling points, but if he's bringing the science for you to look at in a different light, that's awesome because at least you're paying attention to something new and something ancient at the same time. I wouldn't want to see Trump and Kamala at Rogan together. I think that would devolve too quick and become just nasty. Like Rogan is not so the whole thing with Joe Rogan, why I think Joe Rogan is so successful, is because he just talks to you like he's you. Like if you were talking to somebody and you were, you had a question about this, that, or the other thing, you're not the arbiter of truth, but you're going to ask certain questions. So I think he comes across as an everyman. And it's like everybody has this one question. Like I know he said in the past that if he does sit down with Trump, what he wants to know is what is it like to be the president and walk in there that first day into the White House, like the people that are around you, the stuff that happens and everything else. Like he wants to know like stuff like that. It's not really, he won't hit anybody on political points, but he will hold them to account because, if he says like, well, look, Joe Biden's clearly demented or, he's on mental decline or what have you, and Kamala comes back with the answer like she gave Brett Baer, Joe Rogan's going to start laughing and be like, bullshit. Like he's just going to literally say it like you would if she said that same answer to you. Well, if he was that sharp and clear, why are you the front runner then? And the whole thing was what I noticed with the interview yesterday. It was a whole bunch of stuff that somebody sat down with her and said, here's what you need to memorize. Memorize this, memorize that. It didn't feel organic to me. Like any of her answers, they just didn't feel organic. The only time it felt organic was when Brett Baer laid out a trap for her. He said, you've called, Trump unhinged, unstable, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, yep, he is. And she starts going in on it. And he goes, at what point did you notice Joe Biden's mental decline? Like all of a sudden she was just like, oh shit, it switched topics. If you look, it's almost like a computer loading a file. Like she just froze. Completely froze. And you're watching it and you're like, eh. Like she didn't know what to say or what to do because if she answers that question honestly, as vice president, she's supposed to be one of the ones that if the president becomes cognitively impaired or disabled or what have you, she has to invoke the amendment to. She's one of the top ones that has to invoke that amendment of he needs to be removed from office. So if she goes in on it. And the follow-up question that's going to be, well, why aren't you invoking, I don't know what amendment it is, the 14th Amendment? I'm going to say the 14th Amendment. I could be completely wrong. But why aren't you invoking the amendment to remove Biden from office if he's in mental decline then, and you realize this? And that's going to be that question that she doesn't want to answer. Yeah. I really felt like it was very scripted. Like she didn't feel organic. Like the first thing, and I saw the clip a total of like 6 times now, because unfortunately I watched the full interview when it aired, and then I started to watch a stream, and the guy was replaying the interview. And then last night on ABL pissed me off 6 ways to Sunday last night. Holy shit, I was about to lose my goddamn mind. But ABL played the same clip 3 times last night on his show and didn't realize he played it the first 2 times. It wasn't until the third time he caught it and was like, well, we are blah, blah. But the whole thing about immigration, she goes, and you know what I'm going to talk about here. Like when he said it, and it was just like, so pre-programmed talking point. It was the same line that Chris Christie back in the 2016 Republican primary used to take down Marco Rubio. He's like, yeah, it's all like you have a pre-programmed response to this. You're going to say this, this, and this. And Marco Rubio's like, no, it's not pre-programmed and everything. And then starts answering exactly what Chris Christie said. And that's what kind of killed off Marco Rubio. Like that was the weed dealer. The weed dealer thing was another one that killed me. Because he was like, you can't make money off of it. Yes, you can, you dumb son bitch. Yes, you can. I agree with you on a lot, but you obviously like never spent much time in like the streets. Like, and it shows because the whole thing is like when it comes to especially like illegal weed dealing, there's a killing to be made depending on how good the strain of weed you have, how good the strain of marijuana you have is. On top of it, once they legalize weed, yes, there's good weed in the store, but then individual illegal weed dealers, if they have a strain that's close to it or almost as good, they're undercutting that price. So you're getting double the amount for that same price. You're not paying taxes on it and all this other stuff. I know quite a few guys that are making more money now than they were before because before police caught you with marijuana, you were going to jail. You were getting a fine. You were getting a ticket, everything else. Now, because it's legalized in those states, the illegal weed dealers can smuggle it in, sell it. It cost them half the price. And now in certain states, you can actually grow in like one plant. If you do it right, you can get anywhere from £1 to 5 off a plant. So they're just taking the strain and then cloning it. They'll cut off a piece of it, grow it into a different plant, and they're making hand over fist money on it. So ABL does not know what the hell he's talking about when it comes to that shit. And that was one thing that kind of irked me a little bit. That didn't bother me all that much. The only thing that like the 3 times clip irked me because in the beginning of the show he played the clip. I was like, okay, cool. Like he's going to show clips from the interview, so it'll only be certain things. Then he went on and proceeded to show that same clip again. He showed the entirety of the interview through that stream. If you go back and watch, he showed everything from the interview, but he showed it in clip forms and showed it out of order. So it was like, if you were going to show the whole goddamn interview to begin with, why don't you just show it at the beginning, get into a certain point, pause it and everything else? Okay, I understand that you're afraid of copyright strike or whatever, but free use. You could claim free use. You could pause it, give your commentary in between questions, something. You can do that in a different format where you're not going to get struck. And I watched people who aired the entire interview. That's how I watched it, was a live streamer live streaming the entire interview. And he would pop in here and there, but he didn't pause the video or anything like that. Then the third time, like, because he was going through the clips and they're all out of order, he lost track of them somehow and started to play the third clip again, or play that same clip again. And I was like, what the, but like, just play the goddamn interview if you're going to play the interview. So that annoyed me. But the one that blew me away was his argument with Ivan. I thought ABL really landed a pretty good blow on Ivan when Ivan called him stupid and he said, yep, I'm just a dumb black guy. I don't even know what a computer is, all that stuff. I thought that was hysterical. But the problem was, and this is one of those things where I don't know if I just think on my feet faster or what, that he could have really KO'd Ivan in that whole little argument they had. And that's when I was about to rage quit because I was like, dude, you have him. He just gave you the opening to clobber him. Right? ABL said something like about what the vice president's job was, which he was accurate. Ivan came back. He said, what do you think the vice president's job is? And Ivan said something to him like, well, she serves at the leisure of the president and does whatever he tasks her with, right? Well, at that point, I don't understand why ABL didn't just come back and say, you know what, Ivan? I actually agree with you. Joe Biden tasked her with finding out what the root causes to immigration were and put her in charge over immigration, and she failed. So did she not do the task, or was she just incompetent at the task? He would have just KO'd his ass right there. Instead, he was just like, what? Sir, answer the question, and turned down the volume on Ivan. And it was like, dude, you had the knockout punch. Ivan just gave it to you. Like, in Ivan's own words, He just said she does whatever task that the president assigns her, but try to take all the blame away from her at the same time. And it was like, no, dude, like you just pointed out, she failed at a task. He could have 1-2 punched her right, punched Ivan right in the mouth, like just verbally. And it was like, that's when I started to get pissed. Because I was just like, God damn it, dude. I've had to listen to this stupid interview like 3 times or clips from it. I know it's, I'm going to see clips from it for like the next, like almost, 4 days or whatever, going into the weekend. Because everybody and their mother's going to want to give commentary on it. Like, I don't want to see all this all the time. Like, I already watched it. Like, I get it. And I think the bulk of people got it too. So it's just, it was last night's show just irked me to no end. Um, I did think it was funny though. The first caller he got was like hammered. Like that dude was hammered. I was like, oh my God. Like, in a way, I kind of wish he did somebody who screened his calls. Like, now this person's too drunk to go on because they're going to say some outlandish shit. But at the same point in time, that would mean that, poor Sheree would have to work harder probably. And that's not fair. I was just thinking about this poor little frog man, the Loveland frog. He's been waiting to be painted for weeks now. But yeah, tonight we are going to do the Rougarou. Rougarou. I've been debating on it all day, basically, because 2 more stories. I got the story of the Pineys, and then I've got my ghost story for Halloween. But I'm like, what am I going to do this week? Like, what am I actually going to hammer out this week? And what story can I get into? So I figured, I'd talk a little bit about some of the stuff that's out in the woods of Tabernacle, like Apple Pie Hill. Um, there's these foundations that are backed by the Carranza Memorial, and there's actually a sign out in the middle of the woods for a wandering priest. I figure I'd tell those 3 stories. But then I was thinking about it, I was like, I need something else because that's not going to be long enough. So I will tell the origins of why and how I started wearing my trench coat. And, pretty much anybody that knew me back when I was in New Jersey, when I was younger, hell, even to this day, the trench coat always became my symbol. What's going on, Beans? How are you? How's the new job going? Hopefully everything's going good with that. I'm sure you're killing it. Uh, all right. Let's pull up good old Rougarou's origins. Now, I had told Alien this. Because Alien was looking for like cryptids and weird stuff like this, and I know he's down in Louisiana, so I figured the Rougarou would be a good one for him to tell. But I don't know that he told the actual myth behind it. And it's basically it's a werewolf. Like, technically, it's a werewolf that's supposedly in the swamps down in New Orleans. Oh, I don't doubt it, Beans. Well, hopefully this doesn't keep you up too late. But let's see. So, the story of the Rougarou, a legendary creature in the French diaspora communities, linked to traditional concepts of the werewolf. Stories of the creature known as a Rougarou are as diverse as the spelling of its name, though they are connected to Francophone cultures through a common derived belief in the loup garou. Lougarou. Loup is French for wolf, and garou is a man who transforms into an animal. So a werewolf. Um, Going through it, here you go. The main one I'm looking for is the Cajun legends. In the Cajun legends, the creature is said to prowl the swamps around Acadie, Acad, Acadiana and Greater New Orleans. Acadiana, is that? I know Beans is from down there or has lived down there at one point in time, I think. So is that right? Acadiana and Greater New Orleans and the sugarcane fields and woodlands of the region. Rougarou most often is described as a creature with a human body and the head of a wolf or dog, similar to the werewolf legend. Often, the storytelling has been used to inspire fear and obedience. One such example is stories that have been told by elders to persuade Cajun children to behave. According to another variation, the wolf like beast will hunt down and kill Catholics who do not follow the rules of Lent. This coincides with the French Catholic Loup-garou stories, according to which the method for turning into a werewolf is to break Lent 7 years in a row. A common blood-sucking legend says that the Rougarou is under the spell for 101 days. After that time, the curse is transferred from person to person when the Rougarou draws another human's blood. During that day, the creature returns to human form. Actually, I think I should say during the day, the creature returns to human form. Although acting sickly, the human refrains from telling others of the situation for fear of being killed. Um, this goes into like pop culture and stuff, but that isn't the story that I was really looking for. I think that's pretty much the story that Alien went through. Um, the story I remember, and I'm looking it up now, there was one where if you have 15 or 16 of something in your pocket, you're supposed to throw it on the ground if the Rougarou is after you. And they're like OCD and compelled to count it, but can only count to a certain number, like 14. And then, like, they'll keep recounting when they get to 14. So they'll start over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then the 15th thing will screw them up and they'll lose count. And they have to keep doing it. And it was supposed to keep them at bay if one was chasing you until the daytime came when they turned back into a human. Let me see. Ba, 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 ba. This guy's got like his own perspective of it. Navajo and Ojibwa, for example, two indigenous people also have legends concerning the transformation of man into an animal. That would be the skinwalkers. Um, yeah, see, like that guy didn't offer any insight to it. There it is. I think I just found it. See, this guy's got a history of the Rougarou. I don't want notifications from your damn website. I'm just looking. Uh, It lives in the swampland. They go into the legend of the Rougarou. In the swamps within the greater New Orleans area. It's where the beasts come to live. He might even be neighbors with the. God damn it. Come on, this is all just saying the same shit. Here we go. It is said that you can protect yourself against the Rougarou by laying 13 small objects by your doors. Apparently, when a person changes into a Rougarou, they forget how to count past 12, probably since they only worry about midnight and the moon at this point. The Rougarou will see the 13 objects, try to count them, and be unable to count them all. This will perplex it and it will keep recounting until the sun comes up and it must flee. And then the guy underlines it and like capitalizes it. I'm not making this up. So apparently there's claims that they've seen Rougarou in the day as well, but that's died off in the past decades. And apparently it's a pop culture down in Louisiana. There's an annual Rougarou festival. Um, the Audubon Zoo in New Orleans has a Rougarou exhibit, which includes a statue of the creature in all its swampy glory. New Orleans Pelicans had originally thought about changing their names from the Hornets to the Rougarous at one point. So there we go. But yeah, I always thought it was very interesting the fact that it loses count. I got apparently it's 13 objects. You don't even need more than that. But that's how you beat a werewolf. No silver bullets, no nothing like this. Yeah, I just threw Jason Voorhees out, Bean. Jason Voorhees, something happened, and when he full on dried, the center of him cracked. So there must have been like a pocket in there that had fluid in it. I think that's what's going on because anytime I've had a couple of the other ones actually get a break in them, I think when I'm hollowing them, there must be one pocket that I didn't get all of the resin out. So then after it sits for a little while with light hitting it, like sunlight hitting it, the UV activates the resin that's trapped in there somehow, and it's cracking and expanding. Maybe it gets heated. I don't know. Yeah, that's what Sheree meant. Yeah, I literally just threw out the Jason Voorhees bust I did. He just legitimately, I was sitting here, I turned on all the lights and I looked at him and was like, is that a crack down the center of his chest? Shit. So he's got to get redone. He got to get redid. All right. So we'll start off with our basics because, I mean, we're talking about a werewolf here. So he's going to be, we will get into the fur. He will go brown. Claws will get the yellow white treatment. Is he wearing underwear or anything? Uh, what the fuck? They lied to me. Monster Squad lied to me. Wolfman does not have nards. Um, Fangs, of course, we'll give it the claw treatment. Give him the bright red eyes. Give him the creepy features. I don't know. I haven't seen Mister Alien. I'm not sure. I mean, it is Thursday. He might be doing his thing and streaming. I'm not entirely sure what Alien's doing. And in Sick, I think he watches like Salty Cracker on certain days, so he might actually be watching Salty, which hey, the Salty Army is Legion, and the salt must flow. That guy always cracks me up. He always had a good show up until YouTube pretty much canceled him. He had to go to Rumble. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. I posted it in the Discord and everything else. Like I blasted it out. Yeah, six usually in the background or what have you. Devin will probably be here. I mean, we do have more than three viewers watching, so it's more than just three of us sitting here having a conversation. But maybe they're just not interactive in chat and just came for the stories, or they've got us all muted so they don't have to hear my mouth run, and they just want to watch the painting. You never know. Say his name and he appears. I believe in 666. What's up, little drummer boy? How are you, brother? Um, yeah, we will go with the standard. Get him dark brown underneath. Then I'll do that backwards ass shit I do where I paint them real bright and then darken them down and then highlight them out. Might as well get the thickest coat on. Yeah. So I guess here we go. Here's part of the tabernacle tales or the knackle tales. And the first place is Apple Pie Hill. Apple Pie Hill actually isn't in Tabernacle. It's in Chatsworth, New Jersey. And what Apple Pie Hill actually is a fire tower where you can see for miles and miles and miles when you go to the top of it. And it's a fire station. But we used to go drinking back there, what have you. We'd go there on occasion. Like, I think I had told the story about when Guppy burned himself up with the gasoline at Carranza the one time. Well, then Apple Pie Hill became a secondary favorite at that point because the Rangers didn't really mess with you too much out there. Like, they would come back every now and again, but like when Carranza got too hot for us to go partying and drinking at, we would go back there. And then the other spot was the foundations. And the foundations, we used to call them, were these two foundations that were made out of old like limestone brick. And they were right up the road from Carranza. Like if you went further down on the dirt, further up the road, it turns from asphalt to dirt. And then you follow that for maybe a mile, maybe two, and there's a dirt road that cuts off of Carranza Road, and that runs out to Chatsworth, which is a neighboring town. Like Tabernacle, when I lived there, was very desolate, like very out in the woods, very underdeveloped, the whole 9 yards. As time's gone, Chatsworth was even more underdeveloped and more out in the Pine Barrens. And as time's gone on, Tabernacle is now built up quite a bit, and Chatsworth's kind of like how Tabernacle used to be. But yeah, the foundations, there used to be, I guess, early settlers had settled there, built their homes out of like a limestone brick, but the homes are gone. Don't know if it was just over time or they had collapsed and rotted away or what have you, but the only thing left of them are basically the wine cellars, I guess you would call them, or just a plain cellar and the foundation of where there once was this old building. Out by those foundations and down that side road going to Chatsworth, there's actually little side roads that shoot off of it that are just basically like fire lanes. Nothing really to them. They're just like they're set up so there's breaks in the woods in case the woods catch on fire. The fire lane basically stops the fire from spreading any further. And some deer trails, stuff like that out there. Well, one time my buddies were all out there and they came across this sign, and my one buddy actually has a picture of the sign, and I've gone back to try to find the sign and we could never find it again because we're not sure. There's probably like, I'm going to guesstimate, probably like 70, 80 different little deer trails that shoot off of the main road. And it's down one of the deer trails, but he found the sign for the Wandering Priest. And it's like a historical marker type sign. And it tells the story that there was this wandering priest that used to go from house to house and all that. And they believe that he's buried right around there. So it was like early settlers of the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. But definitely interesting little things hidden out in the woods. Apple Pie Hill well, actually Chatsworth. I guess I can tell the story of the brothers. I want to say their last name was Wills, and it was a pair of brothers. And like, so people like when I grew up, the knackleheads, the knackle kids, we were kind of like because we were all out in the pines. We grew up just nothing really to do other than beat the hell out of each other, drink, party, stuff like this. You get tougher and tougher because you're fighting constantly. Like it could be your best friend, and just for fun, you walk over, punch him, and then he starts punching back, or you're having too many drinks and people get in brawls, and like we just do it here and there for fun. Well, the next town over, Chatsworth, there's a set of brothers, and there was all kinds of stories about them, and most of them checked out to be true. And I don't know their first names. We just called them the Wells boys. And they were just the meanest of the mean. Like if we just like would get in a fight with each other for no reason, just have fun, like just brawl it out, see who's the toughest. These guys would basically like beat you half to death, like without even thinking about it. One famous story of the Wells boys. The one brother had a girlfriend. Girlfriend was cheating on him with a dude. He apparently took her and tied a rope around her one of her arms and tied it to the bumper of his truck and then drove her down the road at like 15 to 20 miles an hour, something like this, making her run behind the truck. Just mean. Like they were mean. They were known to be like you don't mess with them. If you come across them, getting in a fight with these guys would not be a good idea. Um, Tabernacle had its own version of them, of the Wells, and that was the Henry brothers, Kevin and Jimmy. And honestly, I to this day I'm happy to say Kevin is still one of my friends. But I'll tell you what, he had this, we called it hick strength. That man used to like to climb when he was younger. He was a little off, we'll put it that way. And he used to climb the water tower, the local water tower. And the cops would have to come get him, almost like Arnie from What's Eating Gilbert Grape, right? Like if you remember that, where's Arnie? But he was climbing the water tower the one time. Cops show up, and we didn't have local cops. So Tabernacle didn't have its own police force. What we had instead was a police barracks where they would send the state troopers to come train. So you'd have rookie state troopers. Well, they went out, two of them, got them down from the water tower. Like you climb back down eventually. Like they had to wait for them to climb back down, and they warned them like, "Yo, we'll take you to jail if you do it again." So it was a rookie and their training officer, and the story goes that Kevin, when he got down, was like, "I just want to get some milk." And the cops like, "Well, you're going to jail, so you can get the milk afterwards." And went to go arrest him, and Kevin beat the ever loving crap out of the cop, like the cop that tried to arrest him. And the senior officer had dealt with him in the past before, was just like, "Hey, we'll get you milk." They had to stop on their way to taking him to jail to get him milk. Right? That's how the story goes. But then there was another time. Now, Kevin was a badass on his own. Jimmy, you didn't want to fuck with. I've met Jimmy, I think, one time. And Jimmy went on to become like an MMA boxer or an MMA fighter when that had first come out. And he was really fucking good at it. Had moved down to Florida, I want to say, and he was actually very, very good at it, and won almost all his fights by way of knockout. And I want to say he retired from it as he got older, or what have you. But apparently, he was very good. He was like a cage fighter type dude. Well, one time they had, and this is always legends and lore. We'll say legends and lore. Um, but everybody knew the story. Like all the Tabernacle kids knew the story of uh of this because it apparently really happened. Two cops went to the Henry residence and they were there to pick up Jimmy for some, or not Jimmy, Kevin for something. And the two cops go to take Kevin into custody, and Kevin didn't want to go. So Kevin starts beating the hell out of him. Well, the one cop gets on the radio, radios to the other cops. Hey, we need help here. Another car pulls up, two more cops. He starts beating the hell out of them too. Now it's four people versus him. Then next thing you know, the cop gets on the radio again. We need more backup. They send two more cops. They finally get Jimmy down, or Kevin down. And as they're getting him on the ground, Jimmy comes out of the house and says, "What are you doing to my fucking brother?" And they literally beat the hell out of the cops, then climbed into the back of the cop car and said, "All right, take us to jail." So we had our own version of it, but the whole reason why I had even brought up the Wells boys to go back, one time we were out and we're at Apple Pie Hill drinking. And this guy pulls up in a truck, and I mean, he was like one of those people you looked at him and you're like, you didn't want to fuck with him. Well, two guys, the one dude sped, and this other dude, Kenny, were up at the top of the fire tower. So they saw the guy pull up or whatever, and then we're sitting there, and I'm sitting there having a conversation with this new dude who just shows up, and it's me and this other guy, my other buddy Jimmy, and we're sitting there and we're talking to him or what have you, and he's cool. He's like, "Hey, you got to spare one of them beers?" And hey, yeah, sure, and just being friendly, and we're having a whole conversation and all that. Well, out of nowhere, liquid starts hitting the dude's truck, and I can see up there, and I'm like, the one dude sped is pissing off the side of the fire tower, and he's pissing on this dude's truck. And he's like, what the hell? Like, guys, like, what is that? What is that? I was like, oh, he just spilled his beer or what have you. And then while this is going on, the guy had told us his first name. But up until that point, we hadn't really noticed, like who he was. Weren't really paying attention to it because we're just bullshitting with this new dude to party with. And I was like, "Are you from around here?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I live out there in Chatsworth." I'm like, "Oh really? You said your name was," and I can't remember what his fucking first name was, but he said he goes, "Yeah, so and so Wells." I said, "Wait, you're one of the Wells boys?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "My brother should be here soon, right?" So now I'm like, Jimmy, keep him talking. And so, like, I had to run up to the top of this fire tower and grab the two guys up there. I'm like, yo, you just pissed on one of the Wells boys' trucks. We were down that tower in 5 seconds flat and the fuck out of there. And I think that was the last time we went drinking out at the old Apple Pie Hill. We're like, if he ever figures out you pissed on his truck, we're all dead. Like, they're just going to find us and kill us. What's up, Danny Boss? How are you? So, yeah. Yeah, funny, funny, funny. But yeah, I mean, that's some of the crazier stuff. But the origins of my trench coat, I guess I should get into. And yeah, I must have been about, let's see, I started really hanging out with my friends, like the older guys or whatever. I was always a loner. I was always quiet and by myself. when I was a kid. Well, I can't say that. I had some really good friends, but like my early teenage years, I basically would play Nintendo and stuff like that. Me and my friend Jake had stopped hanging out as much because I had gone off to high school and he was still in like eighth grade or whatever. So I wasn't really hanging out with many people, and I started hanging out with this group of guys. And everybody collectively was known as the Outlaws. And like Bubba, that's in the chat every now and again, William, he's one of them. And it's actually, I had first started hanging out with them, and everybody had some kind of identifying thing. Or one buddy, Rich, he always wore cowboy boots. Bubba always had like this hat that he wore. His parents owned like a bagel store back in the day, and like a bagel shop or what have you. Bubba always wore the hat for that, and he always had his curly hair sticking out the sides of the hat. Um, Everybody kind of had their own identity, and I was like, "Damn, I need something to identify myself." But what is going to be my identity? I am painting the Rougarou, Danny Boss. He's basically the Louisiana werewolf, like a werewolf from Louisiana. That's where he hails from. But yeah, now I'm trying to think where I was with the story. He so yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what identity I wanted, and something that I could identify with, where people would see me and know it was me immediately before ever even seeing me. Like, oh, well, it's the guy with the cowboy hat. Oh, well, it's the guy who always wears his sunglasses, whether it's day or night, something like this. Something just to try to be cool at first. And I couldn't really come up with something that, what fits me, what defines me, or what have you. And there were two things that I had seen that I was like, I kind of like the look of a trench coat, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to watch it. One was old school gangster movies. The old school gangsters always wore trench coats, like a lot of them. Like you watch like old The Untouchables, or stuff like this. The gangsters in those films always wore trench coats, basically so they could hide their Tommy gun. There was that. There was a movie that came out not not long before it bombed in a movie theater, and honestly, the movie was pretty stupid, but I always got a kick out of it. And it was called Hudson Hawk with Bruce Willis. And then the last influence was actually like, well, Batman always had a cape. That's actually a pretty cool concept, Batman's cape. So I ended up like, looking at trench coats or what have you, and I'm like, I don't really like the cloth ones. Like they don't do anything for me. Like it was just, oh look, I got a black thin friggin' layer on me. And I was like, I wanted something that was more like a leather armor. So I was like, black leather trench coat. Yeah, that might work. That may actually work. And where that really came in was why I really wanted the armor. One time it was my buddy Rich driving. My buddy Bubba was in the passenger seat, and I was in the back seat on the passenger side. My the one kid we used to call Chucky Butt Fucky, but Chucky, who was a little bastard and liked to start trouble and always had the biggest mouth, even though he was the weakest out of all of us. He was that kid. Well, you don't understand. My friends will kick your ass. Blah 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 blah. He was in the driver's side passenger or back seat, and we were going back to Carranza to drink, and this car full of kids came up on us, and Rich was doing like 60 down the road, but we know all the turns in the road. We know where everything is. And these kids weren't from around where we are. Well, they tried to pass us, and Rich sped up and didn't let them pass us. And so they had to drop back, and then we're like, well, here we go. Like these people are being assholes because they kept just trying to pass us, and we're like, you're not beating us back to Carranza to drink, because also opposite of Carranza is a campground. Well, as they got up to pass us the third time on a straightaway, Chucky flips him the bird. And the one kid yelled something, and we were pretty sure he yelled, "I'm going to kill you guys," or something to this extent. So Rich is like, well, now we're in it. Like now it's going to break free. So Rich throws it to the floor, and we knew that there was this one hardcore turn down Carranza, and then there's also a dead man's curve that you take, and you got to take that thing at like 20 miles an hour. Rich knew where they were, so he knew when to drop speed and when to speed the hell up. Speeds up, we get a pretty good lead on them where we can't really see we can still see their headlights, but they're further out. And he goes ripping around in back of the memorial where the fire barrel is or what have you. We all pop out of the car. Rich pops the trunk, goes and grabs his baseball bat out. Bubba starts loosening up his shoulders, getting his hands all ready to throw. Chucky goes hiding, starts hiding. And I had just started hanging out with Rich and Bubba. Maybe like 2 weeks earlier, I hadn't been partying with them yet. And this was really my first experience partying with them out, or second time out to Carranza really to party. And I go sprinting out in the woods. Well, I had told Bubba, unless there's four of them on me, you don't get involved in the fight, all this kind of stuff, like talking myself up. And Bubba starts screaming because I disappeared out in the woods. He's like, "First sign of trouble, you run away, you PU55Y, you little bitch." Like he's just throwing a bad mouth on me. And meantime, I didn't run away from the fight, as Bubba would soon find out, because Bubba's sitting by the car, and all of a sudden, Bubba had told when he tells the story, even now, he'd tell you, all he heard was snap, 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 crack, snap, and Bubba's like, "What the hell?" And I've run into the woods, found a small pine sapling, kicked it and pulled on it until it snapped, broke off right at almost the root, started breaking the branches out, and came running out of the woods and said, "Well, these boys are in for a world of hurt." And he was just like, "Yeah, all right, you can hang with us." But yeah, my whole thought process was, I need to find a weapon. I'm one of the smaller ones, everything else. The other part of that thought process was, damn, I wish I had some kind of armor. Because if these guys stab me or anything else, I've got nothing protecting me other than like this flimsy jacket that I'm wearing, like probably a members only jacket at that point in my life, something like this. And then the concept, pretty much came to me, Batman, everything else. Well, if I start wearing a trench coat, that black leather trench coat, that can double as armor. So sure enough, I ended up with a black leather trench coat. And then the second part of it became this. That trench coat slowly morphed into Batman's utility belt too, because then I started sewing straps into it. So I would have, I have nunchucks that basically break down into like probably the size of my hand, right? With a chain that goes between them, but you press on them and they go small. Knives, you name it. Like I'd have 4 or 5 knives strapped into my trench coat. Slots for if I ever needed to carry any kind of bigger weaponry, like a gun or what have you, in case of a brawl. And I always had something stacked in my trench coat. I don't know why a Tommy gun's called a Tommy gun. Maybe it's the guy who invented it. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, like I always had. I always had my trench coat was basically like my armor, you know? And then I'd started wearing it all the time. Summertime, didn't matter. Didn't matter if it was raining out, what have you, it was good. And then people would ask me, why you always wear your trench coat? Well, we're stuck out in the woods somewhere. I can throw it on the ground, it becomes a blanket. If it's hot out and I don't need a blanket, it becomes a pillow for my head. If like I can take a harder hit in it. And whenever I would say that, my buddy Guido, who had probably 150 to 200 pounds on me, would slap me as hard as he could in the back while I was wearing the coat. And like I'd get knocked a little bit forward from the force, like it would jut me forward. But the slap would be loud as hell, and he'd be like, see, he ain't even hurt. And it came down to a point where that trench coat had saved my ass a couple times. There was a ball field that we all used to go drink at too. And one time it was myself, that guy Rich, his girlfriend Time, a couple other people. And the whole deal is when you're partying out in the woods, the one thing you do if cops show up, you run into the woods. Police will not chase, well, especially not out that way. Well, I don't know about now, but back then, they're not chasing you in the woods. They didn't have canine units either at that at the local training barracks. So they weren't going to let dogs loose on you or anything, but they're not going to chase a tabernacle kid out into the woods. Like, that is the dumbest thing you can do. If you're on a dirt bike, police were chasing you, boom, right in the woods. That was it. That was pretty much end of pursuit. They won't chase you in the woods. They will shine a light, say, "Here, I can see you. Get out, get up and come out here," or what have you. And some idiots do surrender that way. But if you can make it to the woods, you're in the clear. We were sitting there and we're drinking, and my buddy Rich had the beer in the back of his car. Now, mind you, none of us are of age, but he had a case of, I want to say it was like Coors Light, or no, it was Miller Genuine Draft. I think that's what it was, in the back of his car. And we were keeping it in there, and we're all drinking or what have you. And all of a sudden, this car rolls in. I'm like, oh shit, it's cops. So, of course, cops, cops, cops. Everybody starts bailing. I grabbed the girl I was with at that point in time. We got to a point in the woods where we called it the ball field because there was a little playground there, but it's 3 baseball fields like next to each other. And that's where everybody played their little league games, shit like this, softball games for adults. And I made it to the woods. I told her to lay down and then open my trench coat and threw it over. The cops shined the light directly on us and didn't see us. Like, I just like vanished. I was like, God damn, this thing's awesome. But yeah, it was hysterical because cop said, whose car is this? And because it was his car, Rich couldn't run. And you could visibly see the beer in the back seat. And they're like, whose car is this? Like, it's mine, officer. And the cop's like, I need you to open the door for me. Now, you can see the beer on the back seat. What's the first words out of Rich's mouth? You need a warrant for that. That cop threw him against that car so hard, started whooping his ass, put cuffs on him, took him directly to jail, do not pass go, and then fucking pulled his keys out of his pocket, like unlocked the car, took our beer. It's like, oh shit. But yeah, the trench coat, like I said, beyond being armor, then becoming a utility belt where I would store weapons, all kinds of stuff. It just became my symbol over time. Like, anybody who was like, oh, dude in a black trench coat, that's just like, GAM. That's what it is. When I was doing computers in the 2000s, it was funny because the guy who I worked with, his name was Hollywood. We used to all call him Hollywood because he looked like he could have been an old timey Hollywood star from the 70s. He wore the 70s brown leather jacket, and here I come with my long hair and my trench coat. We go in and go, but they expected computer guys to look a little bit different than anybody else. And it wasn't long after it happened that the one company was just like, yeah, can you please tell him to stop wearing the trench coat? It scares us. And he told them, no, that's his style. If you don't want him working for your company, then, or coming in and doing consulting for your company, then you lose me too. And they're like, oh, okay. Well, we just had concerns because Columbine happened. And of course, what was the name of the Columbine guys? Anybody know what they were called? What they called themselves? Anybody in chat? If not, I guess I'll go ahead and answer that stupid question. They called themselves the Trenchcoat Mafia. So it kind of gave my little symbol a bad form of recognition, to say the least. But yeah, my trench coat, I've had 6 different ones. I think it's 6. I only have 2 of them left. The very first trench coat I ever had wore through. I lent it to a buddy to. What the hell did I just do? I shut you guys down for a minute there. A buddy of mine borrowed it off me. It was beat to hell and all that, and I didn't really care about it because I had a new one. And he ended up keeping it, and I don't talk to him anymore. Then the second one, when that one started to wear through, I actually had it painted. The back, I had it airbrushed and painted by a local artist for a bag of weed and I think $20. And that one was my old handle before GAM. And I'll never get into what that handle is. But yeah. And then that one I had stashed in the closet in a basement, and mold. It literally molded and just destroyed the leather, like ruined the whole back patch, everything else. Then there was the brown one. I had a brown one. I had actually switched from black to brown because different people were different, like had different nicknames, and one of my nicknames was Gambit. So it was like Gambit's brown trench coat, and I always have a deck of cards in my pocket. There was that one. I lost that one somewhere. I had another black one. That one actually, I I ruined it, and I can't remember how I ruined it, but I had ruined it. Then I had the next one, which was my GAM one. That if you watch any of my videos, you see me with that trench coat with the GAM on the back and the 2 wings and everything else. And that one I still have. Same artist that had done my original one with my original tag that got molded over did that trench coat for me too, painted the back of it. And then I have just a plain ass black trench coat, no straps inside of it, no nothing. That was actually a very nice one, and I still have that one too. But yeah, the trench coat, like, sorry, I love the damn thing. Like it really did become my symbol. Yeah, Thompson machine gun. That's what it's short for, Beans. That actually makes a lot of sense. So, what else is going on, guys? What else have I missed out on? Anything interesting? I mean, it's really been kind of quiet. I do have something else I can talk about. Yeah, what's up, mister? How are you? Beans was asking about you, wondering where the hell you were. Um, so I got one for you guys. I actually watched a movie the other day, and it was Terrifier 3. Just came out. I watched it, and I'm 50-50 on it. The gore and everything else in it was pretty damn good. Um, just I don't know. Something with it did not hit me like the other Terrifier movies. Like I thought it was the weakest out of the three that they've done so far. And they're definitely doing a Terrifier 4. Danny, I Trump on PVD. I watched part of it. I watched up until he was talking about Van Jones. It's as far as I got with it. Thought it was all right. Like Trump definitely was. He's showing his age. He's definitely a lot more reserved now when he's talking. He's just yeah, and then this happened, and it wasn't like party time or like rally time Trump where he's real loud and going off. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how the rest of the interview played out. It just it was all right. It'll be real interesting because Trump said during that interview though he was going on Rogan. So Trump going on Joe Rogan is going to be real fucking interesting. I need some kind of reference here. Let me see. Yeah, I think that one will work. You know, it's I just don't understand. Here's something maybe you guys can help me. Why does everybody treat our elections like we're electing a goddamn prom king and queen? How come nobody is like concerned about the policies that their actual politician is putting forward or lack thereof? Like everybody's kind of treating it. Oh, it's a popularity contest. I think you should be homecoming king. I'm like, no, you jackasses. This is what's going to generate the economy and boost it forward. This is what's going to solve this crisis or that crisis. I don't understand. I don't understand what the deal is with it. Yorkshire tea? I don't think I've ever had that. Is that what you? Is that what the kids are calling it nowadays? A workout session? Is that some kind of clever euphemism? Like, what's going on there, mister? I think Danny calls that having a wank. Oh, that's it. Feel sorry for the couch. Feel sorry for the couch. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, Terrifier 3. So, the kills and stuff like that in the movie were pretty cool. It definitely takes takes place during Christmas, so it reminded me if you guys have ever seen the movie Silent Night, Deadly Night, like some of the stuff like that where he's got like a Santa suit on and everything else. I can see where there's going to be a certain group of people that are going to be pretty damn outraged about that movie, though, because there's he doesn't care who he's killing, Art the Clown, that is, and yeah, he he does some stuff in it that's you're like, oh shit, they didn't go there with it, and yeah, they absolutely did. But I think one of the funniest kills he does is he kills. There's of course the obligatory college students having sex in a shower, and he breaks in on him. Guy tries defending or fending him off or whatever, and he's using a chainsaw. Like Art the Clown's using a chainsaw. The guy trying to fend him off ends up getting like his fingers cut off on one hand, stuff like this. But he gets knocked out of the shower. Of course, Art the Clown butchers the girl, and then turns around and goes to the guy who's trying to crawl for help because he had gotten one of his legs cut, like almost off. And yeah, he takes that chainsaw and he puts it where the sun don't shine on that guy and turns it on. Like, I mean, full on. They show it from the front too. Like, you're talking. He changed his sex. We'll put it that way. One of the better kills though in that movie. Um, but they built on like kind of an origin. The ending was very you could see where they were going with it. Like, okay, this is what's gonna happen. Just it. The original Terrifier was fantastic because actually I think I watched it with Bubba. I forced him to watch it, and he liked it. But then we watched the second one, and Bubba said, "Yeah, I didn't like the second one as much as the first. I actually like the second one better than the first to an extent because it develops like these new characters and comes up with some pretty cool concepts." But Bubba said it best. In the first one, you don't know what the hell the clown's going to do. So there's one, and this is a spoiler alert if you've never seen the original Terrifier. The girl you think is the final girl starts to get the upper hand on him and starts beating him with a stick and is like, come on, fucker, I'll take you out or whatever. And Art steps back and pulls out a Glock and like clips her right in the gut with it and drops her or what have you. And it's just so unexpected. Like, wait a minute, serial killers, like you look at, Michael Myers always has that butcher's knife for the most part. Jason Voorhees grabs whatever's closest to him or uses the machete or whatever he can get his hands on. Freddy's got his glove. Art the Clown's got like a trash bag full of different household items like hammers, saws, stuff like this. And out of nowhere, the serial killer, crazy, insane bastard just pulls out a gun. Like, what? That's not fair. But it catches you so off guard. It's great because you're not expecting it. Yeah. So, and then that's what they kind of reveal in this one, in Terrifier 3. Like, the whole thing is Art, kind of like the Joker, is undefined in the first movie. Like, they kind of allude to him being some kind of demon or whatever. In the second one, there's this little girl that looks like Art the Clown, and she's actually she's a little demon. Like, she ends up, because he gets decapitated at the end of the second one, she picks his head up and takes him away. And in this one, you find out that it is a demon. He's basically like a serial killer that the demon brought back to life and kind of is using Art the Clown as a bridge into our world. So he is technically a demon, but he was a person that was just a serial killer. It is kind of a circus movie, but they like the brutality on it. Like some of the stuff is just unbelievably brutal the way they do it, the way they've been doing the kills, all that kind of stuff. Definitely a gore fest. It's got the supernatural to it. It's it's the it's the only slasher of modern day really that has stuck it all is the Terrifier franchise, and that's kind of a good thing because I think for a while there everything was supernatural killer, blah 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 blah, and there's a bunch of them that nobody cares about. Like everybody remembers Chucky, Jason, um, Chucky, Jason, Freddy, Michael Myers, which they've completely taken a dump on Michael Myers with the this last Halloween had better be the very last of the Halloween movies that they ever do because they've ruined that guy. Um, I don't know. Like I don't know what happened. I guess the slasher film just got played out when you had stuff like Slumber Party Massacre and all this other crap back in the 80s, 90s, where people say Saw's more, I'd classify that as like a torture porn. It's not really that that scary. You know what I mean? You're dealing with a guy who was clever, built traps, and was punishing people basically unless they saw the light, and that was the only way they could really survive. Like he was punishing people that did screwed up things. So the Saw franchise, I'm like 50-50 on. That was the first Saw movie I thought was fantastic. Second one was okay, and then it just fell off from there. Just kept getting worse and worse, in my opinion. So the clown seems to only target women. He only kills men when they get in his way, similar to the Halloween guy. That's incorrect. That is completely incorrect. He takes out men constantly, but like the first one, he became infatuated with this one girl that was kind of like mocking him but terrified of him at the same time. The second one, you find out that the counterbalance to him is this girl that well actually you really find that out hardcore in this last film that the girl is basically his counter like 110% his counterbalance. So if he's a warrior demon, she's a warrior angel. And that that trope's never going to go away. It's always going to be the final girl. Like it's always about the final girl. But that's who the one girl Sienna is. She is the counterbalance to him. She's the only one who can actually like kill him for the most part, or kill like the demon and everything else. Um, but yeah, he takes out quite a few guys in the beginning. Like Chris Jericho, the professional wrestler, is actually in the movie, and he was at the end of the last one. He's in the beginning of this one. They completely decimate him right off the rip. But their whole thing is finding the girl Sienna. Like his whole Art's whole thing is pretty much messing with her head and then taking away her family and anybody she loves. And what you kind of find out in this one, in the third one, is that the demon is trying to take away anything that she loves so that the demon can possess her. Like if she can corrupt, make her feel like she's cut off from the world and everything, and there's nothing else in this world she loves, then the demon can find a way in and take control of her. So then there's nothing to stop their evil from taking over the world, basically, I guess, at that point, or stopping them. Fozzie. Oh my God. Have you ever followed with Chris Jericho and Fozzy the whole spat that Chris Jericho got into with the with Sebastian Bach on Twitter? Like the two of them got into a whole argument because he's like Chris Jericho can't sing. No worries, Danny. Send it. 6 ammo boxes. You're gonna need a lot more than that to kill Art. That's like Jason Voorhees, same way. Like you can empty as many bullets into him, but it's a tortured spirit. You're not going to be able to actually ever kill it. You know, think of it regenerating like Wolverine when you shoot him. Just not gonna. You're not gonna do much damage. I still think one of the best takeaways from the original Nightmare on Elm Street was Nancy beating Freddy. I mean, technically, she didn't beat him at the end because of everything that happens with the mother. But Nancy just turning her back on him is like, you have no power over me because I'm not afraid of you. That's kind of a powerful message. Yeah, America's Most Wanted. That shit, like back in the day, was epic. So was Cops. Whatever happened to the show Cops? They finally did away with it, didn't they? I always liked Cops. It was fun just to watch somebody get pulled over and like get their ass beat real quick. They can't show that anymore though. Like, I don't think that's allowed anymore. Candyman, Candyman, Candyman. I never liked that movie. Just never scared me. I don't know what it was about that one. Like, it's kind of like when you were a kid and you used to do that stuff, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary in a mirror. And you know what word not to say 3 times ever? Beetlejuice. I heard the Beetlejuice movie. I haven't watched it yet, but I heard that was not good. Like it was okay, but not good. I just know the one actor that played the father was a turned out to be a huge pedophile or something like this. Rougarou. One spot in his butt I didn't paint. Still think it's messed up that Wolfman don't have nards. Yes, the principal from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. He was also Merrick on Deadwood, an HBO show. He was the newspaper guy. Like first guy that was printing at Deadwood Times or whatever. Yeah, he's been quite a few things. I didn't even know about that whole stuff with him. I was like, what? Get the fuck out of here until my wife had told me. She was like, yeah, you know he's a pedophile. I'm like, nah, really? She's like, yep. And I looked it up. My wife's never wrong. First rule of being married, your wife is never wrong. That alone, if you can acknowledge that fact, you will never get your ass kicked super hard in an argument. Yeah, sick. Fucking Deadwood. Like that Deadwood is one of my favorite shows of all time. Really, really is. I love that show. I hated the ending. Then they did the movie and redeemed it. But yeah, Deadwood, Swearingen, like uh what's his name? Ian McShane. Fantastic actor. Just did an amazing job with that entire character. He was like the best good bad guy you could ever want on your side, you know? Did you ever send over that voice message, Danny? Let me look. Oh, yeah. Yes, you did. Checking it now, buddy. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, our volume set right on it. Here we go, Danny Boss.
Yeah. So in
Ooh.
the Terrifier one, so that's the one with the two girls, right?
Let's start this over again. What was up with that?
Yeah. So in the Terrifier one, so that's the one with the two girls, right? The blonde one and the brunette. And he obviously picks them out, targets them, and then obviously goes on the hunt, and obviously I don't want to ruin ruin the movie, but there's parts in the movie where he obviously comes into contact with men, and then he pretty much just brutally brutally kills them straight off the bat. There was even one scene where he just knocked a guy out. He didn't even just kill him or anything. Didn't even torture him or do anything. He just kind of got him out of the way just so he can get to the women. And then the second one with the obviously the young girl and obviously the brother. She obviously he she sorry the Terrifier targets her, and there's scenes in the movie where he pretty much just kills men outright. He doesn't torture them or anything. He just gets them out of the way. They're like a nuisance. He wants to get to the obviously to the woman. And there's scenes in that movie where when he does kill the women, he pretty much tortures them. I mean, he does excruciating things. I mean, just he makes it last long. He seems like he wants to actually inflict pain on women and he wants to make them suffer. Whereas with the men, he seems to kill them straight off the bat. Or yeah. And then in them, I've not seen Terrifier 3 yet, but there's other movies I think called Hollow's Eve. I think it's got Mark the Clown in it, but it's basically about a woman babysitting two children. And again, like the thing I get from that movie is he seems to only target women. He wants to make them suffer. He wants to make them, you know, he wants to torture them and whatnot. Whereas with men, he seems that he only kills men if they get in his way. The men are like a nuisance to him. That's why I sort of reminded me of the Halloween guy, Michael Myers. He seems to obviously only target women, but obviously kills men as well if they get in his way if they become a problem. So that's where I was coming from.
All right, that was a good message. Yeah, so you are correct to an extent. Um, this one, Terrifier 3, he definitely tortures men too. Definitely tortures men too. But the whole thing is, if it's a originally he was a serial killer and he killed like little girls or focused on little girls, then that would make sense that as a demonic killer or what have you, he would still keep his focus on the women. But when I say he tortures men, like the shit he does to a couple of the guys in this is just unreal. Like, I mean, it's fucking brutal. Yeah, I wouldn't watch it either. And you are 100% correct too about Hallows Eve or All Hallows Eve. I can't remember which way it's said. All Hallows Eve was actually very, very good. Um, because that was actually the first appearance, I want to say. But well, actually, All Hallows Eve is a couple different little shorts all popped together. And yeah, it is. It's a chick babysitting a pair of kids, and then Art the Clown is in one part of it. That's where they introduced the character, but it was actually taken from a different short film. And in All Hallows Eve, there's actually one part in that movie where there's this lady who just got a brand new house or whatever. She's out in the middle of the woods, and it's like this alien that's hunting her down or whatever comes into the house. And I don't know who the actor was in the costume for the alien, but his movements and everything else were just creepy as all hell. Like, I kind of wish they would do a movie with those kind of aliens in it, because they were just like freaky. The way the guy was moving, the whole like setting, the whole 9 yards. They just did a great job with it. Halloween 3, fucking Season of the Witch. So that's a funny thing about Halloween. The Halloween franchise, one, John Carpenter didn't want to do a sequel to the original Halloween. He was forced to do it. And Michael Myers' big thing, like Danny said, he was going after women more than he was men. The reason why is because he was trying to kill it, well, according to Halloween 2, it's because Laurie Strode, Jamie Lee Curtis's character, turned out to be Michael Myers' sister. And he, in the opening of the original Halloween, Michael Myers kills his sister, his older sister, or what have you. And in Laurie Strode is actually the youngest sister. But yeah, he's going after his sister. That's why he focused on women. And then what they decided they were going to do with the Halloween franchise after, Halloween 2, they were like, hey, you know what? Let's turn this into an anthology type thing where we'll tell different like scary stories and just keep it under the Halloween banner. So they did Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, which failed miserably in the box office. Every measurement, it just failed. And that killed that idea, and then they went back to Michael Myers. They're like, no, like you can't call it Nightmare on Elm Street and have it be about anybody other than Freddy. Or Friday the 13th, unless you do a cheesy Fox series and make it about anything other than Jason. Which one? Was that Halloween H2O? Is that the one that had Buster Rhymes? I can't remember. They all run together. Like one of the ones that's actually one of my guilty pleasure movies as far as horror goes is actually Jason X, which is Friday the 13th part 10, where they're like it's way off in the future. Earth isn't inhabitable anymore, and they find Jason's body in the bottom of a lake, and they rejuvenate him. Like these space people come back, like, oh, let's go explore the Earth or whatever, and they find his body and bring him back or whatever. I think the tagline was it evil gets an upgrade or something like this. That movie cracks me up every time I see it. Every time I see it. because it's just so over the top ridiculous. Like Jason in the sci-fi setting is amazing. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I around this time I like to go back and revisit some of the Halloween movies I loved as a kid. Some of them will hold up, some of them won't. Um, I'll tell the Halloween story. And what was everybody's favorite costume that you went for as, like what you went as for Halloween? Like when you're a kid, as an adult, whatever. I have one specific memory that cracks me up. But what was everybody's favorite like Halloween costume? I have one specific memory of a Halloween costume I went as, and like still my favorite to this day. Oh God, Leatherface, huh? That is a badass costume right there. If you can pull it off. Nice, Johnny Lawrence from Cobra Kai is an awesome costume. I've heard that about you, Mister. Especially the assless kind. Um, what about you, Beans? What was your favorite costume? Giant spider collection of put all over a fog machine. All black with the skeleton face and white or red contacts. It works well for you. You won as Madonna. Jesus. Um, so my favorite costume ever. Hanging out with Guido on a Halloween. And my mom's, she's like, I'm going out tonight, so you guys got to, give kids candy or what have you. And Guido's just like, well, shit, we need costumes. What are we going to go as? What should we dress up as, G? And he turned around and he was like, I got an idea. So my mom had wigs. I had my long hair, like I always did. So we went to Goodwill, and we bought pattern skirts and what have you. And we went as my mom gave Guido a big old red wig, and we went as Braveheart and Amos. I think his name's Amos. Angus. Like Braveheart and basically like his best friend. We were Braveheart and Angus, and we sat there and we manned the door for candy. These teenagers came up and like trick or treat, not even wearing a goddamn costume or anything. Like, yo, man, you ain't getting. I'm like, you're not getting shit. And Guido goes, hold on a second, I got something for him. Hold on, guys. Went into the kitchen, came back, and was like, here you go. We got candy for you, and threw it in their bag. And they're like, thanks, man, whatever, and like walked off. I'm like, Guido, you gave fucking guys candy. We should have given them a fucking beating and taken their candy. He's like, nah, man, nah. I gave him bullion cubes. I was like, what? And he showed me. He gave him like a handful of beef bullion cubes. So you were like pre-whorish Madonna then, is what you were, Beans? Because like the Justify My Love era and stuff of Madonna, yeah, she got it pretty damn interesting. Ever since I've moved down south, though, I'll tell you what, they do not celebrate like any kind of Halloween down here. Like you might get some decorations in the town, but kids don't trick or treat or anything else. I just have a ton of free candy to eat. Well, I can't say free because I paid for it, but I have a ton of candy to eat at the end of every Halloween season. Because I still get candy just in case I get a trick or treater. Yeah, Madonna, unfortunately, like, especially now, she looks like a goddamn alien with all the plastic surgery she had. Like, she doesn't even really look human anymore. Why is what? Why do they not celebrate Halloween down in the South like they do up north? Is that your question, Danny? Because down here, there's a lot more religious folk. It's the best way I'll put it. So a lot more Christian folk, and they find that to be sacrilege. They look at Halloween like it's an evil pagan holiday where you have evil and stuff. You're basically worshiping Satan, that kind of thing. Um, where whereas the North, everybody just treated it like, hey, we get to be somebody different for one day of the year. We get to be somebody, that we're not. There we go. I knew I had another color around here I needed. Yeah, the anything below the Mason Dixon line is pretty fucking religious. Up north, they act like they're religious, but they're not hardcore into it. You know what I mean? Like They believe in their religion, they just don't adhere to the rules of it all that much. Down south, like full on, there's probably like 35 churches around me or whatever, all different denominations, including a mosque. But yeah, up north, the people are not like outside of I'm gonna say outside of like where I was near Lakehurst, New Jersey, like there, that was say Tom's River, Lakehurst, New Jersey area. That's where all the Jewish people, like really devout Jewish people, go to learn to be rabbis and stuff or get ordained or what have you. Like it's actually like heavy concentration of Jewish. Very nice people too. They just like super devout to the religion. But down south, man, there's a reason why the southern expression is bless your heart. You know, like people are super into Jesus and that whole chestnut. Yeah, and that's where I'm at with it is, hey, look, somebody wants to dress up like, a kid wants to dress up as Darth Vader or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle or whatever. I mean, back when I was a kid, nowadays you got like these full on costumes that are really cool. And like back in my day, remember, I remember we used to have, it was just like a mask, a plastic mask with the eyes cut out and a small hole cut out for where you could breathe through it. And then like a yellow trash bag with a print of whatever their suit was supposed to look like. And that was basically your entire costume. Well, that's the other thing too. The one thing that makes me nervous down living down south is, and I always got to watch them every year. One faction of the stray cats in the yard that come into the yard and stuff like that, they're black and white, and every now and again we'll get like a full black one, full black cat, and I have to make sure that when it comes down to Halloween, you keep that cat I keep it very, very close to the house, like, and keep an extra eye on it, simply because people will kill it because they see it as witchcraft or what have you, like all black cats and all that crap. So, like, people go a little too far with it at times, I'd say, in my opinion. But yeah, and six has it right. Let kids be kids. Halloween's a great time. You should, it's that break from all the bullshit in the world. It really is. It always was when I was a kid. And something just got lost along the way. One of the things that annoys me about modern day female costumes is everything's like, I'm going as a slutty nurse this year. I'm going as a slutty vampire. I'm going as a slutty witch. Like, why is everything a slutty something or other? Like, when did that change? Why can't you go as something real cool? Like, it just, I don't know. Something about it feels off to me. Like, I'm going as a slutty this, that, or the other. Like, I don't know when the costumes changed from like fun, cool things to, yeah, slutty this, slutty that. I don't know. My daughter-in-law, she uh she does all that. Used to be able real hardcore into the like prosthetics and makeup and all that stuff. Like she'd do her face like she was a zombie and she would look like a goddamn zombie when she was done with it, like flesh hanging and ripped and rotted and all that stuff. She was amazing with that stuff. I don't know if she still does it or not, but she was really fucking good with it. Like she had a high quality makeup kit, the whole 9 yards for that stuff. Like it looked like VFX that you would see, and you're in a not cheesy horror movie, like really quality effects. Oh, that little hand of yours doesn't look right, buddy. Let's fix that. Damn, my camera seems sharper for some reason. It's really picking up every little groove on this damn thing. I need to go darker on that back of that hand. Do do do. Top of his leg. Yeah, that's what I thought. That back leg's too white. Too white. Yeah, exactly. Like if you want to go Elvira Mista, well, actually, funny enough, my wife went as that one year. She got the boobs for it too, but she went as Elvira. Actually, I think she was like ninth grade, eighth grade. But yeah, Elvira, like that's not. I don't consider that a slutty anything. I consider that a horror icon. Big difference than I'm a slutty nurse. Look at me. Everybody see the girls on display. Hello, Devin. I didn't even realize you came into the chat. You snuck in here so quietly. Let me see if I have something here. Let me see. There we go. That's better. Throw that out there. Got to get Devin her popcorn so she can enjoy the show. Yeah, I thought it was funny. That was one thing I had said. I don't think, are you in the Discord anymore at all, Beans? Pretty sure you left the Discord, right? We'll have to get you back in it. But I was like, I heard Kamala Harris give some kind of speech the other day, or a word salad or whatever. And I was like, God damn, her speech patterns, everything else remind me of something. And I couldn't figure out exactly what the hell it was, but I'm like, it's familiar to me. And then all of a sudden it came to me exactly where I had heard that type of speech pattern before. My name is Mojo Jojo. I am Jojo who is Mojo. I am a monkey. Therefore, my simian kind will be monkeys. Yeah, like when you listen to some of those. So, the passage of time to Mojo Jojo. The passage of time is all about time passing slowly in front of Mojo Jojo. Therefore, the passage of time is more about the passage of time than the passing of time that is timed by passage. Ha 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 ha. Children of the community are children of the community that are raised by a community that has children in it. So therefore, all children are children of the community. Ha 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 ha. Mojo Jojo. Yeah, you know what? Shout out to Bob K MIT. Um, hopefully he makes it through that. That's a harsh tragedy right there. I had seen that. I didn't comment on it, but yeah, yeah. You know, you have our pretty sure everybody in the chat, everybody who's known them or ever dealt with them, you have our condolences. That's a rough goddamn thing. Like I don't know the dude all that well, but you know, like I said, condolences because I know if I ever lost my wife, I'd be a fucking mess. I've often said if I lost my wife, I don't know how much longer I would push forward or go on. Yeah. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls, Mojo Jojo was always the shit. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Before you know it, it, it goes that way sometimes. It goes by fast. You don't even realize how fast everything's going until you hit the wall and it ends. And sometimes it hits you completely unexpected. And, you know, certain things can't imagine. Can't imagine. I hate burying my pets. Can't ever imagine burying a child and would never want to bury my wife. I want my wife to bury me. I mean, then again, more than likely my wife will bury me because she'll probably end up killing me sometime because I've pissed her off in one way or another. And I can't blame her. Can't blame her. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's going to be rough for a minute for him because that wound that ain't one likely to heal anytime soon. Like no time soon at all. Little bit of white, little bit of gray, little bit of yellow will be on the way. You can't blame yourself. How can you blame yourself? You know, unless you're the one who ended the other person's life, you can't blame yourself. Like that's the one thing I wouldn't blame myself for somebody else's death, but I'm gonna miss them. But yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine losing somebody like. I mean, and you guys have heard me talk about him ad nauseum, but I lost Guido, and that one hurt a lot. I'll never be over that one, to be honest with you. He's my best friend. He's my brother. But the only thing I can do is just accept it because I can't change it. Like, there's nothing you can do different. Yeah, he is a constant in ABL chat. Yes, he is. And he isn't a bad dude. Never want to see, good people go through bad things, but we all have to go through bad things sometimes. Yeah, 60s, like late 60s, early 60s. That's kind of young. Like nowadays with modern medicine, that shit is actually kind of young. Guido was only 48 when he passed, so that was the shock. Actually, to tell you the truth, a lot of my friends have passed away young. A lot of my older friends, or friends from a long time ago, passed away young. Early to mid is pretty young by today's standards. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I I don't even want to imagine it. I can't really imagine it. I can't put myself in that headspace because if I do, I'll dwell on it, and then yeah, nobody wants to watch a show where the guy's on here just sobbing. And that shit may happen when I tell the tale on Halloween. I'll tell you that much. You guys might hear GAM like actually crack because yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Both my parents are still kicking. My mom's currently fighting cancer. My dad's kind of fucking had enough of life, to be honest with you. He's kind of at that fuck you phase of life, but they're still alive. But I also know it's coming. Yeah, you know what? I remember him saying that in one of the streams that he got the vaccine and it did not work out well for him at all, which is, if I'm not mistaken, kind of the reason why he changed the way he votes and thinks about things. I'm not 100% on that, but quite possibly. I know it would change my mind on it. Yeah, but you can't feel guilty about that. I mean, look, whole thing is when it came to that shot, I understood people who got it that were older, like so in your 60s, and people that got it that have some kind of pre-existing condition, because that seemed like the people that everything happening was completely fatal to. I mean, you're talking about a guy who worked in a pharmacy for, God, what, 5, 6 years total, something like this, and never once got any of the flu shots or any of that stuff. Never got single fucking one of them, even though we sold them. Like all that kind of stuff. Just was like, nah, if I get it, I'll fight it off. Yeah, but okay, so that I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something on that whole story, Devin. But even if you had checked on her earlier, who's to say? Who's to say, you know, what were you going to do? You know what I mean? Sometimes, sometimes life just happens that way. Like, I don't know. I, I have a very odd view on death, on that kind of thing, where you can't, unless you were the reason, like, oh, I give, so and so their shot every day at 4 o'clock, and I was watching the football game and didn't give it to them until 6 and they passed away because of it. Okay, that's your fault. You can feel guilty forever, you know? But it just, you can't blame yourself for shit you can't control. We all have a egg timer running on us, whether it be a bus or just natural causes, some kind of comorbidity. We can't, don't blame yourself unless you're the direct cause of something. Hey, I got drunk, got behind the wheel of a car and hit a, group of kids on their way home from football practice, and only 2 out of the 4 made it. Yeah, you should go through life not just blaming yourself, but probably be in jail. Um, but you should, no matter what remorse you have at that point, that shit's your fault. So I really do hope he doesn't go down a rabbit hole with it, start going down a spiral, because that can happen. So Davin, that is a shame. You know that's one of those. I'm not gonna lie a little bit. I know with my mom, with everything going on with her, um, it's definitely going to be my stepdad saying, like, I should have prayed harder to God. My stepdad's very religious, and I can see him saying, it's my fault if I had just taken care of her better, if I had done this, I could had and or I had prayed harder or more often or lived a better life or some shit. I don't know why people want to put that blame on themselves when it's sometimes it's something that just you can't help it. You know, it's not going to make you miss the person any less, but it's it's just it's a shame. I feel for the dude. Yeah, unfortunately, Danny, you got it right. You're 100% correct. You really can't prepare for grief even though you know it's coming. Like I know like I said, I know my mom's not long for this world. I talked to her. I know she's not long for this world. There is absolutely jacker shit I can do about it. And because I've dealt with so much fucking death in my life and loss of friends, family, you name it, acquaintances even, that I've already come to terms with a lot of facts regarding it. You know, I've already come to terms with I can change some things, and there's other shit I can't. Like the universe unfolds exactly as it's supposed to at any given time, and unfortunately, some people are here for a shorter ride than others. And it's not to belittle it or anything like this, but definitely rough. Yeah, I mean, true story, terrible true story, but I guess, and we're going to go back before I left New Jersey, before I was in the mall store. So it would have been 2009, 10. One of my classmates, I went to, like high school classmates, came into the store I was working at, and he was like, "Hey man, how you been? Blah blah blah. Oh, good. It's good to see you and everything." It's like, "Yeah, man, I work at the school now." It's like, "What school?" He's like, "Our high school." No shit, really. And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, they notify the school. They do keep track of everybody. They graduated, and he's like, "Our graduating class, it was 2/3 of them, 66% of the class or whatever, has passed away, no longer living. Some drug overdoses, car accident, you name it. But 2/3 of my graduating high school class is no longer on this planet. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Do not like that. Come here, buddy. We're going to buff that out for you. We're going to go fix that happy little accident. I don't care if it's statistically improbable, it's still a fucking fact. Weirdest one was weirdest one out of all the people that had passed away though was this one dude. I think I might have mentioned this before. He was, it was like Christmas Day. His nephew had gotten one of those like little tiny mini bikes because nephew's like 5 or 6, little gas powered mini bike, and he was being an asshole, and it did like 20 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour. And he got on the back of it with the, almost like a clown riding on like a tricycle, but powered, and started riding down the street and popped a wheelie on it and was riding the wheelie, and the bike flipped backwards. He hit his head on the street. The bike flipped over, and like when he flipped, the bike flipped backwards on top of him and smacked his head off the street. From the from the impact, it basically shot a blood clot to his brain. Like he died, like killed him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is with my generation. I don't know if people just lived fast and died hard. There's people that have, taken themselves out, accidents, random accidents. People, like, honestly, a lot of my friends have died from strokes, which is fucking weird to me. How do like, you're a 20 something year old kid and you pass away from a stroke? Like, what? That doesn't make sense. Does, I guess, maybe the drugs caught up? I don't know. How's it going, Atomic? I mean, I've often said I've come into this world kicking and screaming, and I'll go out the same way. And I'll also be at home when it happens. Like, if I've told my wife this. If I was hooked up to tubes in a hospital and I'm pretty much toast, then you're to get my ass back home and let me die. She knows. She'd do it too. She wouldn't even fuck around with that. There's a reason I trust her implicitly. Oh, you're fine, Atomic. I appreciate you even just dropping in saying hello. You missed me in the beginning, flipping out about ABL not countering Ivan effectively and why I was so pissed off last night. Because basically I had to watch the same damn clip from the Kamala interview 3 or 4 times. Well, 3 times on that stream and then 2 other times before that, including watching it live. Yeah, Sheree. Yeah, that one. That is some of the most tragic ones right there when it's somebody super young and just out of nowhere. You know, um, I have one friend that he was driving, actually, he was headed over my place, and a kid who was huffing oven cleaner hit him head on, knocked him clear off the road, ruined his basketball scholarship, and the kid died. Like, kid that hit him died. He got away, but shattered his ankle. He'll never play basketball professionally again. Or semi-pro. Yeah, see, all right, Atomic. So here's the thing. Ivan kind of got to ABL, but he fucked up, right? Like ABL needs to learn not to get angry and actually turn Ivan's words against him. I said this in the beginning, like when I first started streaming. I think it was just me and Sheree. Maybe Beans was in here at that point. But the whole thing is with that phone call, if you go back and you think about it, right? Ivan said to him when ABL was like, yeah, the vice president does this, this, and this, and ABL's right. Ivan said, she also does this, that, and the other thing, and he was right. And he said, and she does tasks that the vice president does tasks that the president assigns her. If ABL didn't get angry in that situation because he was being challenged and just thought about it for a second, he would have gone, "You're right, Ivan. You're 100% right." And she was tasked with finding the root causes to our border crisis and being the borders are by the president. And she's either incompetent in that task or she failed in that task. Which one is it? And he could have put Ivan right on the fucking defensive. That's when I started to flip out on that phone call. And that, because I mean, there you go. You just turned Ivan's words where he's saying, yeah, well, she's supposed to do what the president tasks her with. Well, yes, you know what? You're 100% correct. So how come is she incompetent or did she fail? Well, you don't know what you're saying. You'll go off or whatever. But still, like, ABL could have really just 1-2 punched his ass and, like, instead he went into the whole I'm triggered mode. And it's like, bro, you're 40 years old. You're an adult man. You don't get triggered. There's no such thing as triggered. There's you piss me the fuck off, and there's you're annoying the shit out of me. But there's no such thing as I'm triggered. That's something a 16-year-old girl does along with cringe. Like, you know, it's just, uh, missed opportunity. Like I've gotten into it. So I mean, I got to state this. I can't ever state this enough. You got anybody who's watched me for a while now. You guys all know I'm not a huge Trump supporter. I like his fucking policy. I like what he does for the like when he was in charge, my life was better. Money was better. Our border was more secure and we weren't involved or sending money to foreign countries for war shit. Like there was no war. That's a huge thing to me. I want no war. I want no chance of my children going over and having to fight in a battle somewhere. I don't want to see other people get blown up. It's going to happen. It's going to, in the Middle East, that shit's going to happen because that's just what's been going on forever. But if we can stay, like, not stay out of it, but stay the fuck away from it as much as possible, I'm all for it. And Trump brings that. So he's got my, like, I can't say I'm a huge Trump fan because he's done some shit that I really don't like in his past. But when it comes to the important stuff, man's great at what he did. His policies, I'll vote for his policies. I had a guy who got in a fight with me on a Facebook post because, and it wasn't my post, it was somebody else's, but he sat there and said something about Trump with the very fine people shit. And I was like, bro, that's been, debunked. He's like, well, I got video to prove it. And he plays the video. I go, where's the fucking first 2 minutes of that video, you asshole? I was like, you put the part in there where he was like, there's very fine people on both sides, but you clipped out the part where he says, and I don't mean the white supremacists or the neo-Nazis. You also didn't put in the part where he was talking about the fucking protesters a minute before that. Like, you take shit out of context and expect, like, you're telling the truth. And I'm like, and you're not. And, like, just owned him to a point where he didn't want to fucking, like, he was like, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. Baba. Dude, fuck you. Like, if you're going to blast Trump, at least tell the truth about him. Well, he fucked up all of Atlantic City with his casinos by declaring bankruptcy and screwed a lot of people out of money. That's a fact. You can nail him on it. Go for that. Don't go for the fucking, oh, well, this is what the mainstream media says. Look into his past and find something. Yes. And that's exactly what he said. They should be condemned totally. But that's kind of my point is people only hear portions of something. Like ABL did this shit with Joe Biden not long ago. And it was about misinformation about the hurricane, right? But the whole thing is ABL should have played the whole minute 30 of the clip, not the last 9 seconds of it, where he was praising Ron DeSantis, praising the Republicans, and saying they're doing a great job during the hurricanes, and then says, and there's other people out there that are spreading misinformation about the hurricanes, and if they hinder the aid, then they're in for it. And like, he's not wrong. He honestly wasn't wrong when he said it. Like, but you have to hear the whole clip. You can't just focus on like 5 seconds of it. I can make it. I've said enough shit over these past couple live streams where you can take any portion of it, cut it out of context, and I sound like I'm gonna fucking murder the world. Like, you can't do that. That's not right. Bina, it doesn't matter if it has anything to do with his presidency. It was way before his presidency, but it could be used as a line of political attack if somebody was tactful enough with it. But it's a lot better having an actual fact like that versus the bullshit that they spin, like Russian collusion. Like, what do you mean? The Russians, well, the Russians helped him win. No, they fucking didn't, you fucking lying motherfucker. Like, tell me a truth, not a lie. That was my point. And I'm not singling you out either, Beans. Right. And well, that's man, I'll tell you what. Tell you what. You want to talk about the shit that pisses me off? There are things I don't like in this world, but they're true. They're just the truth. They're just facts. And it's unfortunate that it's the way shit is, but it doesn't make it any less the truth no matter how you fucking spin it. And yeah, there's definitely truth that you can spin out there. Like, go after, if you're gonna go after like one side or the other for whatever, make sure you're coming at them with facts. Hit them with the record. Hit them with, oh well, this, that, or the other thing. You don't have to lie about shit and then take stuff out of context to nail them out. And if you can't, move past them and come up with better policy. How about that? How about we just win on better policy? What was frustrating you last time you were in chat, Atomic? Trump isn't going to be okay. So I'm going to tell you something, Beans. I like what you just said there, right? Trump might win and then be handed World War III. He's not going to be handed World War III to deal with. If China were going to invade Taiwan, which is what will start World War III. That's if they go in against them and they draw some of that focus, then North Korea is going to have to do something because Kim Jong Il or Un will not want to be shown up. So he'll do something like hit South Korea or some shit, right? There's a reason why none of that is happening right now. There's a reason why they're sitting back and watching and waiting. If Trump doesn't get elected, there's a good chance we'll go to World War III. If Trump gets elected, there's a good chance it'll be averted because they're afraid of him, because they don't know exactly what he's going to do. They'll look to the past and be like, yo, I don't want a rocket dropped on my fucking house. Like, you're going to see shit calm down pretty quick if he gets elected, because people like other world leaders, even if they think he's a joke, they also know not to fuck with him. Yeah, I mean, but here's the other thing, Atomic. Here's the one thing that we have to, the one thing that I really like everybody to just get back to, right? Everybody needs to vote. Everybody needs to have their voice heard. I'm not voting. I got no reason to, because I live in a state that's shiny red like Rudolph's nose. Like, doesn't matter what I vote, my shit's going to get washed out. If I wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, my vote would be just gone. Like, it wouldn't matter, right? But if you're in like the battleground states, if you're in a state where it could turn purple, or you have a chance to change the tide, like right now, New Jersey is actually in play, in my opinion. I think that they have enough that if they can convince the city people to agree with the southern New Jersey, like rural people, that state either turns purple or it can switch to red. Place like California is always going to be solid blue at this point because they've done so much different shit and locked it in there, and the people that were counterculture to it have left. Too big to rig, but it's not a popularity contest. So, who won the popular vote between Trump and Hillary? Hillary. Who won the popular vote between George W. Bush and Gore? Yeah, okay. So it one now that see, that's a good argument, Devin. That's actually an excellent argument if you want the popular vote too. But if you win the popular vote and you lose the electoral vote, what does that tell you? It tells you that you can apply to appeal to certain parts of America, but you can't apply appeal to the overall populace of America. Yeah. So, and that's just it. Hillary and Gore both won the popular vote. I don't think there. What is it? Reagan maybe was the last one to win the popular vote for the Republicans. Correct. It tells you that cities are more populated than rural areas. But here's my other question. I think it's 79% of people want to see everything change from where it is now, right? How come 79% of people aren't voting for somebody different than the Democrat candidate then if they want that change? Well, Atomic, you're half right. If we fall, the world does fall. Too much shit's based on our currency, our economy, and on our trade and like our innovation and all that kind of stuff. But you're also wrong. Our country will never fall. And the reason why is as American people, regardless of your political ideology, unless you're a complete elitist, the people that truly do believe in America, and I don't think all Democrats are evil. I think some of them really do believe in an American ideal. Maybe they have Trump derangement syndrome, and that's why they'd vote for, you know, Harris over Trump or just sit on the couch. You still have the option of sitting on the fucking couch. But I think when push comes to shove, if we're really starting to fall apart as a nation, you'll see this nation pull together in ways that we've never seen and fight back harder than ever. And it'll be legit a war against the populace of this country versus our government. And in a way, we kind of have proof of that, considering we fought the Revolutionary War to begin with. See, the Great Reset shit, I only half buy. Because the whole thing is, in order for the Great Reset to happen, you'd have to have the infrastructure for it, and they don't. Yeah, but even then, you can't force somebody to vote. That's part of the freedom of choice. Here you go, Danny. I'll put it to you this way. You put a gun to my head and you say you have to fill out your voter shit and all that for this election, I would tell you to go, do stuff to your mother that I'd probably have to go to a church and ask for forgiveness for, right? I mean, hey, look, it's not a bad idea, but it's not even about voting like that anymore. It's really about letting our government get out of control and away from what it originally was supposed to be, which is the people are in control of the government. We've gotten to a point where people are living off the government and thinking that the government is going to do right by them, which is a shame. And there you go, mister. Starship Troopers theory. Service equals citizenship. Correct, Bina. That is correct. And that's what I'm saying. You still have a choice in it. You have the right to. Come on, Devin, help me out with the song. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice, right? And that's the truth. Yeah, but see, that's okay. So it goes back to the whole argument that we've had before in the chat. It's not all of the Dems. It's not all of them. You can't say it's all of them. I know plenty of Democrats. Like, look at Tulsi Gabbard and fucking RFK Jr. Would you say they're Republicans? They're not. They're centrists that are more Democrat. Hell, Tulsi Gabbard had a lot of socialist policy when she ran too. However, she's an American first. Like her duty is to her country before everything else. It's just the left part of that party has gone so far left that they're screwing it up for everybody else. I mean, look at guys like Joe Manchin or Kristen Sinema. And yes, 6 for the win. Yep. I will choose free will. There you go. I agree with you too, Atomic. So, not seeing the depth of the plan is also how we lose, right? The thing is, the plan's out there, but it's not as over the top as you would think, right? The plan isn't that we lock you in pods and make you eat the bugs. It may sound good and catchy, but the reality of it is we will have all the money and all the power, and you can have our scraps. Big difference. Yeah, I don't think it is. They can't pull it off now. Too many people are awake and aware. In order to do shit like that, you have to do everything by subterfuge and behind the scenes. You can do certain shit out in public. So there's a theory of this thing. Well, not a theory, but well, yeah, I guess it is a theory. But Project Bluebeam was supposedly a thing at one point. I don't know if you know what that is. That's where you were going to have basically like a hologram that presents itself ginormous over like a big city like a New York. And that hologram would claim to be the real God, the one God, and all religions were untrue, and this was your one God, and everybody would see it, everybody would feel it, everybody would believe it. Yeah, but that's like Project 2025. It's like a wish list. Maybe what the rich and elite want, but the fact of the matter is, implementing things like that, a lot harder to do than they realize. And the reason why is because of somebody like you who's willing to say it. Anything that's really a plan that's here to take us over or wipe us out, we have no clue about. Common people have no clue. In which way is it happening? How's it already happening? That's what I want to know. Correct. There you go, Bina. Same thing with same concept as UFO theorists have gone, we're doing disclosure. They're going to announce this. They're going to announce it soon that aliens and aliens and aliens. And it's like, what are you going to announce? Like that aliens are here, that there are UFOs? If you told me that shit, I'd be like, yeah, I could see it. You tell me like, hey, they're doing the crops and all that, I could see it. Pack the cord, I can see them doing. ESG, they've tried it, it fails. Stop the filibuster, yeah, I could see them doing it, but all you're doing is empowering like one party to always control the power and the money. What's up, Frogzilla? You're watching sports? What the hell? Frog, really? What are you watching? Mandatory gun buyback will never happen because I can go print a gun on my 3D printer right now and just it's impossible. Once the ability to 3D print any kind of gun like that, it's over. You've lost control of it. Doesn't matter anyway. I mean, you can make your own gun if you know how to use any kind of metal. You can just make a gun. Carbon fees won't work. It'll bankrupt the economy and crash everything. We're not Australia. Doesn't matter. We're America. Big difference. Yes, look at what Soros has done. Look what he's been able to get away with. How can you cite it? How do you know what Soros has done? Because it's been reported on. Yeah, but ivermectin may not have been the answer either. It depends. Okay, here you go. Crashed in digital dollar. What's the difference between our fiat currency that is currently controlled by a computer where they're just typing in the number and it creates $1 trillion versus a digital dollar? Doesn't make a difference. It's all the same. The only difference is this: with blockchain technology and anything to do with Bitcoin and all that, you can see who held that dollar before you did. That's the only difference. Complete control can only happen if you give up your free will. There's no such thing as giving up your free will, not unless you're weak. I don't know about you, but yeah, you try to take my free will, you better be willing to take my life along with it. Cash has no actual value. It's all based on what? It's not based on it's not based on a gold standard. It's not based on silver. You can't take your dollar right now and say I want to trade this in for $1 worth of silver or gold, can you? I mean, you can buy gold with it and you can buy silver with it, but you can't say, here you go, this one is actually backed by anything. It's all digital. It's all bullshit. And yeah, Beans, you are 100% right. Cash, right? But what else? Water, alcohol, medical supplies, food, those can also be a currency. Cash can get you a lap dance. Yeah, you're not wrong. Who is buying up all the houses? You ever look into it? BlackRock, global conglomerates. That's who's buying up all the houses, all the extra property, stuff like this. Who's buying food fields? China. Why? Because they can't produce it on their own. Not enough to feed their population. Yeah, but that's just it. So here's a thing for you. Here's something very interesting. The not the generation of my kids, not the generation of like Frog's kids, but this newest generation coming up aren't getting smartphones. You know what they're buying? Flip phones. Why? Well, BlackRock would have to be part of the World Economic Forum. If like is, I think they control like a couple $1 trillion. Like there's three companies. It's Vanguard, BlackRock, and I don't know what the other one is offhand. But technically, until you pay off your mortgage, the bank owns your house. But in order to take your house, you have to default. So make that make sense. They can't just come in like somebody like my house has gone up appreciated in value. I'm pretty sure Frogzilla, because he lives down here too, his house is definitely appreciated in value over the past course of when I bought the house. I mean, mine's up like 200 grand or something off of what I paid for it, right? I'm not selling my house because one, I like my house. Two, because what am I going to do? Go pay that 200 grand to an inflated price on a different house? I'm just going to get diamond hands with it and stay in my house till I die. I don't pay any fee on the air and I don't pay any fee on my water. My water is well pumped. He's coming out evil. Might actually be able to do the frog tonight. Hmm. Huh. Anything I want to do a little touch up on him, but I think he's pretty much good money. Guy's creepy as fuck looking too. Claws. Yeah, they look all right. Got some good gradient in them. See the back of the nails. Thank you, Danny Boss. But yeah, the only way. So, the only way you could really take over America, like all of America, would be to invade it and kill every American. Because one person that survives with that fundamental idea of what we are as a nation will propagate to others, including the invading force. There's actually, I know there's a story about World War II. There were German soldiers in I want to say maybe it was World War One. I'm not sure, but I vaguely remember this story. So I'm just going off of memory. So don't take it as gospel. It might be one of those things to Google and research. But it was a German sub surfaced somewhere in America, like off the coastline. And when they got out of the sub, people greeted them with like fresh baked goods, stuff like this, and were welcoming to them. And the Germans legit just gave up their submarine and became part of the town. Here's the thing. I want you to really break this down. Okay, Atomic? And all this stuff does sound terrifying that you're saying, right? All this can happen. Let's just say it does. Let's say all that happens. How could you have stopped it? What could you have done different as a person, as an individual? What could you do to change it? Okay, Danny. Yes, I can explain pack courts. So the whole thing is the Supreme Court nominees, there's no term limit to them. So they go until they pass away or they retire and then they're replaced by another justice. So what happened was when Donald Trump was in office last time, you had three Supreme Court spots come up. So he got his nominees through. They went to the court, right? They became justices until the day they die. Trump put in Amy Coney Barrett, Brett Kavanaugh, and was it Neil Gorsuch? I think. I think those were his three nominees. But anyway, they basically always vote or, rule in favor towards either constitutionality, American constitutionality, or like Republican conservative ideals. So the Democrats put forward the idea of packing the court, which is they would add like three more justices to our Supreme Court. So this way, that president that did it could put in three people that agree more with the Democrats, and then they outnumber the Republicans on the court, if that makes sense. But is it, see, like step by step Mao, that's just it. Who's surrendering? Are you, if you're not surrendering and you can't do anything, right? You can tell us about it, we can look at it or whatever. I know what I'd do if, our country was headed that way. There's a reason why the Second Amendment is the Second Amendment. It's not for hunting, it's not for just protecting yourself. It's to keep the government from like in case the government gets too out of hand, we can smack them back down. Now, if places like New York or California or anything else surrender, what do you think happens? You think Texas wouldn't take up arms? Or Oklahoma or South Carolina or Florida or any of these places? It won't happen because the servicemen are military. Okay, well, we got they just answer and listen to the president. No, the fuck they don't. They don't listen. You would have to convince people to kill their own families in certain cases or kill other people's families that they're friends with. It's not going to happen. Okay, so let's say they got rid of the filibuster. Let's take your filibuster for example. If you have a Republican president and a Republican Congress and a Republican Supreme Court, all three branches under like Republican control, because that's supposedly who's against this shit, right? Then what? Then they just put the filibuster back. So anything that's done can be reversed or overwritten if people are actually motivated to change that law. People have been doing that for a long ass time, though, Atomic. I want you to go back to the Red Scare, right? Even Hollywood, like if McCarthyism, if people thought you were a Russian agent or whatever, then that shit was like brought to the forefront. Tattle on your neighbor, tell on them. We've done that before. We've taken a subset of people, the Japanese population in particular, and thrown them into concentration camps, even though they were American. That's some dirty shit in our history. What's different this time from any other time? What? If you and I can even have this conversation and people in the chat can chime in on the conversation, what's different? The difference is this: it's now in your face and you're seeing it through the internet. And okay, the news networks are siding with this bias, and you know, but there's always a counterculture. There's a reason why the network and mainstream media and all that has lost most credibility with damn near every American. They don't believe what they're saying one way or the other. And they go to YouTubers and shit like that. Information will, you can't kill it if it's the truth. It's always going to find a way forward. Right. You think the steps are almost complete. But if that's the case, then they've already failed. That's what I'm telling you. It doesn't make any sense. Like, there's certain things that would have to happen, and none of those things have happened. You would have to be stripped of your rights. You would have shit like Joe Biden, like let's say they lose the election, right? Let's say Donald Trump wins the election and they say we're not leaving office, and then assassinate Donald Trump right there on the spot, and just what do you think the American citizen would do? Like, do you think we'll just roll over and take it? Some cases, okay, I can see a few people would be like, don't hurt me, please. But for the most part, that's not the way we do shit. Like, most Americans, including, all right, here you go. Go back to Trump almost getting assassinated, right? You didn't see the Democrats going, oh, this is screwed up. They, like you Republicans, blah, blah. No, they were in lockstep with when they interrogated the Secret Service. You saw them in lockstep tearing into that woman. And there's a reason for it, because it's abhorrent to us. Even if we don't get the house, like, even if the Republicans don't get the House, it's not. The only difference is this: you're going to have shit that's going to get countered and recountered. The difference between executive action and a law is that the next president that comes in can flip that law back. It's rolling the dice really for just a matter of time for them to codify things. DOJ is corrupt. I agree. I think there's some really, really shady shit that happens in our DOJ. That also gets changed over immediately if Trump gets elected. That, like, here's the thing. Trump this time knows what he's walking into. The first time he didn't really know, and he stacked the deck with some of the shittiest players in it. I mean, look, you can say any nice thing you want about the guy, but I'm flat out. Fucking Mike Pompeo was head of the CIA for a long ass time before he was ever anything to do with the Trump administration. Right? Who Trump put in there? John Bolton. He's a war hawk. He wanted nothing but war. What did he do? He fired him. They're gonna, even if they try to impeach him, it doesn't really matter. Like there's comes a point. All right, here you go. I'll give it to you real easy. They took Trump into court. They filed all these court things. They changed laws, brought misdemeanors in, and turned them into felonies. Said, hey, just convict them on anything. They convicted him. Why didn't they sentence him? Why didn't they do the sentencing before we even got to this point in the election cycle? Why did they push it off and then push it off again? Why? Because they watched the American people look at it and go, I fucking hate the guy, but this is some bullshit. And start pushing back. And you saw him boost in the polls, right? That's what gave Trump his initial boost was the lawfare. What's her name in New York was like, oh no, we're bringing this motherfucker in and we are going to perp walk him and photograph him and everything else, right? Fingerprint him the whole 9 yards. How'd that work out for him? He sold t-shirts. Right. Vote, and I agree with you 110%. The only thing that you can control and the only thing you can do is vote. That's about the only thing you can do at this point. And if everything plays out like you think with them trying to take over everything else, well, then there's plenty of people out there that are going to take action on that. We won't roll over. That's why it can't happen. And yeah, Devin's got a point. And then what happens? Let's say your vote doesn't work. Trump doesn't get elected. It's Kamala Harris in office. What happens? What happens? Oh, the world ends. That's not how shit works. There's another day. There's another either election, and let's say, okay, we'll play out your scenario where there is no more elections. They cut off everybody's vote and all that, and they declare supremacy, and that's it. We become a police state, and we're like China, and it's a dictatorship. What happens? They couldn't control what, like 1,000 people going at the Capitol, unarmed with no guns. What the fuck do you think happens when the real motherfuckers come out fighting? That's not how this plays out. There's a reason why it doesn't play out that way. Right. Devin's right. What do you fight with? Your fists? You can say that was a setup all you want or whatever, and there's agents in the crowd, and I'm sure a lot of that shit is spot on the money, and you can say people are imprisoned and all that. Whatever. I didn't go to the Capitol and I didn't do some dumb shit because somebody lost an election because I knew there would be another one. And even if I thought Trump won that election and I thought there were shenanigans, and trust me, I've seen a lot of proof that there were some shenanigans. And yes, they did do shit. The only way to beat them really is what Atomic said earlier, too big to rig, right? Send them a message. Go out there, motivate everybody that it feels some kind of way towards it to go vote and bring a friend with them when they vote and have them voting the same way. That's how you win. You can own nothing and be happy. But I'll tell you what, and it's just matter of fact. If you impinge on somebody to a point that you're talking and you think that people like you take everything the fuck away from me or you try to hurt my family, you try to hurt my pets, you try to take my home from me that's been worked for my whole life, you try to stomp on my freedom, tell me I can't. Okay, YouTube can throw me off the platform. You know, You can silence my voice online and I just fade into the background. I'll still be an asshole in his room, in a room of his house, making fucking prints and painting them. Okay? You come to try and take more than that, and you do hurt my family. You do try it. God save you. God save your soul. Because your ass belongs to me at that point. And that's what I'm saying. Stop being afraid of things you can't control. So I need to vote. Okay. My vote will change what? South Carolina is going for the fucking Republican. It's going for Donald Trump. When I say solid, bright, glowing Rudolph red nose red, I mean it. Doesn't matter. Be honest with you. If I go vote, I'm just going to write Atomic Tabasco for president on my fucking vote. How about that? The popular vote. That's just it. I'm not here for a popularity contest. Doesn't matter. We're not a democracy like that. We're a constitutional republic. It's all about the electoral. My vote's already counted. I think Trump's the better option. It's already counted. Now, if I was voting for Harris, maybe then I'd go vote. But I already know which way my state goes. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I think if I did go fill out and go vote and everything, I would vote for Tulsi Gabbard. If Democrats had any sense and they ran Tulsi Gabbard, I would have gone and voted for her. I'm not going to lie. Because I actually can trust her. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I'll go vote and write Danny Boss in there. See, you see the world different than I see it. I see it as our government, no matter who we elect, it's all going to work out the fucking same. Just slower or faster. Actually, Bina, you're right. You know what? How about I read in Joe Pesci? He looks like a man who can get shit done. Yeah, well, I mean, and that's just it. Trump is five down with what? The Electoral College? I saw him win in every damn swing state earlier. Don't trust the polls either. Polls are going to come in and say he's down by two, he's down by one, he's down by three. You, if history is anything to teach us, it's that 3.4% is right around where the polls are off when it comes to Donald Trump because there's people that say they're voting for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or whatever that are actually voting for Trump. I mean, that's cool too, Beans. Yeah, see, like that's my other thing with the polls. Like, who the hell are you asking? If you're asking somebody on the street who you voting for and you put a camera in their face, like there was a point in time where if you didn't say one side, you just said the other side. You were kind of screwed. Um, Devin, that's fucking epic. I have to see if I'm even registered or go register. Okay, okay. You know what? Look, I'll make this compromise with you guys. You guys have tuned in for goddamn every show, right? Well, maybe not you, Atomic. You're just starting to filter in more often, or you're watching it on the back end. I'm not sure because there's somebody who's watching this shit on the back end. I'll tell you guys what. Because you guys have been so generous with me and just watching this bullshit and me talk and paint stuff and all this and listen to my stupid fucking stories, I'll go vote. I'll go see if I can register and I'll go vote. You guys made me succumb to peer pressure. You pressured me into it. But just to make you guys feel better about things, I figure if nothing more than seeing some of you guys say in the chat, go vote. We need, please, da 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 da. I've never asked you guys for a dime. Hell, I thank you every show for tuning in and everything else. But yeah, if you guys are that adamant about it and that upset about it, I figure it's the least I can do for you guys. Fuck our country. Like, what if I'm going to do anything for love of country? Then it wouldn't be pretty. I would have enlisted in the military if that were the case. I'll do it for people I care about, though. I feel like I want to paint his fucking nose a color, but I also don't. I don't know why. I just want to go black on the nose, and it doesn't feel like I should. Oh, well, sorry, guys. Apparently, the voting deadline has passed, so I guess I'll catch it next time. There you go. I'll compromise. I'll vote in the midterms. But I can tell you who I'm not voting for in the midterms, and that'll be if it's Lindsey Graham coming up. Yeah, no. I'll vote for whoever Lindsey Graham's primary opponent is. Yeah, well, that's typical GAM. See, and Beans, remember you asked me once, why is the show called GAM or why is my YouTube handle GAM Catches Up? And that's why, because I'm usually a day late and a dollar short. If there are hundreds of thousands of GAMs who did space on it, they're not going to make a difference. 10,000 votes, I think, is what it is. People that are in swing states, they don't fuck around. They're already registered. They're already all in to win it. No, every non vote is not a vote for Kamala. Doesn't work that way. Thank you, Sheree. I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, one of the smartest things that they did this election cycle was get Scott Pressler and put him in charge of getting out that message to voters. Yeah, we don't even worry about it. Yeah, that sucks. I was going to actually go register and vote and stuff. Fuck. I also think it goes back to places like California and New York. Trump actually has a shot at winning New York. Yeah, Pressler is fucking. I saw the dude and I was just like, really? That little. He seems like very effeminate to me. But I'll tell you what, that man works his guts out. The big states to watch for our election will be Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania is going to be the main one. If Trump loses Pennsylvania, your election's pretty much over. You disagree with what on New York that Trump might win it? I, Trump's got a shot at winning New York. He really does. I'm going to tell you what, that illegal immigration in some of these places, man, that switched a lot of fucking people. Yeah, yeah, and that's just it. I'm going to tell you now, Trump would not be going in there. Atomic brings up a very good point. 9 days before the election, before this huge election, Trump's going to go in there and waste his time talking to a bunch of people in Madison Square Garden if he didn't think it wasn't in play. Texas is a big one. Texas has to be careful. Ted Cruz might actually lose that his re-up there. Yeah. New York, if New York flips, Trump can stand to lose Pennsylvania. Um, if New York doesn't flip, well, you're in trouble. See, I don't know. I have not been keeping up with it because Ted Cruz to me, I'm like 50-50 on the dude. Like I am. I don't know why. There's just something about him I don't trust. I think he's very good at what he does, but I don't trust it completely. Yeah, but things can change in a heartbeat too, Beans. Don't think that shit can't swing. Remember, going into 2016, Hillary was 90% likely to win. Yeah, I mean, Ted Cruz, like I said, I like him. I like his arguments. I like what he's got to say a lot of times. Something about him I also don't trust, and I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it. Just something about that dude. Hey, Danny, thanks for watching, brother. Thank you for dropping in. Yeah, okay, so that's fair. See, that's a good thing to say right there, Atomic. Like, I'll agree with you in that vein. Ted Cruz is one of those people. I may not, goes back to, I don't really trust any of our fucking politicians. I don't even 100% trust Trump. Like, I don't. I can't. And the only reason why is because it doesn't compute in my brain why you would want that much influence or power to be in charge. I don't get it. Like, altruistic, maybe, but I don't see it in Donald Trump's part. Like, I think for Trump, it's more ego and revenge, to be honest with you. And maybe he really does just love his country that much where he wants to go through all this bullshit, but seems like a lot of extra bullshit to go through. Yeah, you're not wrong. I can understand why Harris wants to win. I can't really understand what Donald Trump's going to get out of this deal. Okay, that's cool. Very cool, Atomic. Um, you believe they should have kept whose mouth shut? Kamala's? Well, that's just it. The one thing I like about with Trump with his attitude is just that. He's got a very American attitude of, yeah, well, fuck it. Yeah, I mean, so better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and prove it true. Like the whole thing with her is if you believe in the things you're saying or you're telling the truth, they just come out of your mouth. Like I can tell you a story that I've told you before, and it's always going to be the same. Maybe something will be a little switched or what have you, like the way I word it, but the story is still going to be the fucking same because it's the truth. I don't have to go back and like, oh, well, like I jumped out of this airplane once and I flew down to the ground and I did this, that, and the other thing. And then 2 months later, come back and revisit that story. And like, I jumped out of a tank once and blah, 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 blah. Well, that's not what you said the first time. My shit's not going to change because it's how I lived it and remember it. Okay. Well, the whole thing is this. Here's your problem. So she can't stay hidden, right? You can't hide a candidate outright like that. Like even Joe Biden with the whole basement strategy was still giving interviews, still doing people knew who he was from Barack Obama. Everybody knows the guy's pretty much his record. Like with Kamala, unless you're really following politics, you don't know all that much about her. The average person doesn't know who she is. She has to get out in front of the camera. The problem is that she doesn't know because she switched every policy position just so she could run. So when you don't know your policy positions, putting somebody out in front of a camera, you're going to get either somebody who's going to just repeat their talking points and stick to whatever script's been drilled in their head, or they're going to fall apart because she's not telling the truth. That's why you're seeing her get angry when she gets pressed on things because it goes beyond the talking point that she actually memorized. So to Mister's point, right? Because Mister just said he's not even sure they want her to win anymore at this point. It's the only thing that explains how bad she's been doing lately. It's also too many cooks in the kitchen. All right. So there's a couple things here. Number one is too many cooks in the kitchen. And what I mean by that is apparently her team to help her get elected is made up of Biden people, Obama people, and then her people. So they're all telling her something different. Look, you need to stay on message to people of color. You need to stay on message for this to get past this vote. You need to be angrier so that you're coming at Trump as hard as he's coming at you. That sounded dirty when I said it, but you guys know what I meant. Okay? You need to be magnanimous. You need to be this, you need to be that. And so everybody's throwing all this shit at you and it's screwing you up. I think the same thing happened with Biden when Biden was prepping for the debate. They took a week and they sat there and they prepped them and they prepped them, they prepped them. I think they over prepped them. Too many cooks in the kitchen and fucked him up. His brain short circuited once he was in front of the cameras and live on a microphone. Wait. What type of Indians are we talking about the hello, would come again Indian, or are we talking about the woo woo Indians? Which type of Indians are we talking about there, mister? So if you want to know what I think happened, this is the GAM great conspiracy theory here, and it's a fun one. What I think actually happened was this. They went to Joe Biden He had that shit debate. They looked at the polls, said, you are definitely going to lose. Maybe close, but you're going to lose it. We need to get another candidate in there. And if you don't step down, we're going to use the amendment. We're going to pull on the amendment. We are going to get everybody in lockstep, and our machine is going to eliminate you as president. And then we are going to do a mini primary. We're going to bring somebody, like pick whoever polls the best, and we're going to throw them against Trump, and that'll beat him. And Joe said, wait, so I'm not going to be president again. Yeah, you're not going to be president again, regardless of what you do. You're done. He said, okay, I'll step down. And then in the process of that, he turned to the person he calls the smartest man possible and said, how do I play this? And Hunter Biden and Jill Biden looked at him and said, here's how you play it. Step down, name Kamala as your follow through, so this way your legacy carries on. So Joe did that, called Kamala, got her on board and said, hey, look, kid, I'm giving you all the juice. Take over. Pelosi, Obama, all the rest of them, all the higher ups in the Democrat Party were like, that's not what we wanted. We wanted like a Gavin Newsom. We wanted somebody else that we can get past this finish line that's actually going to beat Trump in polls. The only person that polls worse than Joe Biden against Donald Trump was Kamala Harris at that point. So they're like, okay, well, now Joe's got him in a bind because he's kind of throwing a fuck you at him. Right? You guys want to get rid of me? Fuck you. I'm gonna screw you in the election. I think two things happened at that point. I think they said these are the cards we're dealt, but we still need the donations coming in and the war chest and everything else because we have people down ballot that need to be put into office. So Senate and Congress. We need those dollars flowing in. So we'll run with Kamala. She won't win the presidency, but she, maybe we can take back the Congress. Pelosi can go back in charge of Congress again as the speaker, and then they can do all kinds of subterfuge on Trump and impeachment 3, 4, 5, or whatever. And here's the other thing: Kamala's terrible. However, she's next in line. We can't step over her. So if she loses an election to Trump, Joe Biden will get the satisfaction of saying, I'm the only one who could ever beat Trump. I'm the only one. You guys threw me away. So he's kind of saying F you to the Democrats. Okay, we'll give him that. But we also eliminate Kamala Harris because then she'll never hold political office again. She's the fuck out of here and we don't ever have to deal with her dumb shit. And we can go on with somebody who's a much better candidate next time. It's a win-win-win all the way around. However, that's not how that shit's working out, is it? And Atomic's kind of right. I think they test fired Newsom against them, but you know what? To Newsom's credit, who is better in that debate? Would you rather have seen DeSantis debate Newsom, or would you have rather seen him debate Harris? Yeah, and I think not prosecuting. Well, no, because they are prosecuting. They are going after Hunter Biden. Remember, his tax case is coming up too. Like the gun charge, he already pled guilty to. So I think it's not that cut and dry. I think conspiracy here is that you get Gavin Newsom to clean up California, make it run a little bit smoother, get rid of the homeless crisis, all that other stuff. You gussy him up for 2028. In the meantime, you fight and take back the House and the Senate. So this way you're using legislative branch to basically like gut check Trump and whatever he wants to do going into this presidential term. At the same point in time, you're cutting your political dead weight when it comes to the higher up. If I were on the Democrat team, that's how I would see this playing out. And Biden pardoning him? Yeah, Biden's going to pardon Hunter. There was never a chance that he wasn't going to pardon Hunter. There's no way that he just like lets his son fucking rot in jail in a federal prison. Ain't going to happen. Now, the part that I'm finding the funniest out of all this is seems like Biden is is stabbing friggin' Kamala, like cutting her throat at the same time. Just look at the response to the hurricanes, everything else. Like she tried to get in on that, and like Biden kind of slapped her hand and said no. Well, to Biden's credit, Biden wasn't wrong in doing it. So my question is, should I cut my stream early, or should I paint this poor little guy who's been waiting all this time to get painted? Because this poor little bastard has been waiting now for like a month, and everybody keeps going over him. You know why I also think that Trump wins this election and not Kamala Harris? Because Hillary Clinton isn't pissed off enough. You want me to print out and do a headless horseman? I wonder about something. I don't sell them. I will gift them, but I won't sell them. Like, I'm going to say this now. I'm going to regret this shit later. But there is a Man of Steel bust that I found. And I found somebody who did a very good sculpt of Henry Cavill's head from the Superman movies. And I figured because Beans was so kind to become my moderator, that eventually I will print out that bust, I will paint it, and I will send it to her. What do you mean, shut up? At least I can fucking do. How big are you talking, Atomic? Like what size? Like in which version of the Headless Horseman? You talking like Tim Burton film Headless Horseman, or are you just talking about, you know? Let me see. Might lose the chat for a second on the side view. Hopefully not. I did. Okay. Hold on a second. I haven't gotten this completely down yet, so you guys are going to have to bear with me for a second. Let me see what happens. Boom, boom. Okay, that's cool. Let me see. Oh, this is going to be a pain. You guys are killing me here. Oh, God. Oh, no, I can't move it. Okay, good. It's locked in. Never mind. Can't do that. Oh, wait. Yeah, I can. I'm going to have to realign up the chat, but now you guys can kind of see them. Yep. Bean's got it in one. Oh, shit. Tell me I didn't just lock the fucking stream up. Hmm. Here we go. Let's make the Rougarou disappear real quick. Okay. So, like, here. I don't know if that opened or not for you guys. So something like this. Don't be upset, Atomic. You need to just breathe and enjoy life. But yeah, like, so here you go. Here's one. Is this what you're talking about? I'm waiting to see what you guys say or what she's got to say. Nothing to get angry over. But yeah, is this what you're talking about with a headless horseman? I don't know if this is the type of design you're talking about or what. Um, oh, you're on a phone. Okay. That should be a little bit better for you, I think. I mean, that one is actually pretty well done. Pretty well done. It's a neat one. All right. Since you can't see anyway, I'll just grab it. Oof. Hopefully this doesn't cut into the stream speed, but should be all right. It's only half a gig. All right, let's go fix everything. Now that I've gone and boomered the hell out of this little operation. Am I on my source window? I is. Doop, doop, doop. Get you guys back in the frame. Lock you in. There we go. No harm, no foul. Can see all the shit, like all the stats that are running in the background on the stream. All right. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, the Rougarou is done. So I'll do the frog, I guess, Sunday. Guaranteed then. We can just go with the one, rock it and roll it. Godzilla. Yeah, I never planned on selling any of these damn things. Good old Rougarou. So get down low on them. I can I can actually call this an early stream for a change. That's nice. You know, okay. So here's what kills me. And I'm not going to say it kills me. I'm going to say I'm very grateful for it, to be honest with you. But good old Beans has me like doing everything so I can get the channel monetized. Why do I see those lines again? That's better. It's something to do with the damn camera. Beans has me doing everything I can do to get monetized. Yeah. I got the puppy crying too, so I can take him out. Thank you, mister. I do appreciate you tuning in all the time. I like to break your balls every now and again, but be honest with you, I'm very happy I got to know you. You're a very good dude. Yeah, I got Beans doing that, and then you should sell the figures. Well, then I lose something to them. Like when I'm doing them and I'm painting them, I'm doing it kind of like a labor of love or put something into them. I don't know how to describe it. Like I don't know. If I paint when I'm pissed off, shit comes out fucked up. But selling them, I would have to like mass produce them, and then I think they would lose something. They wouldn't have their independence and their originality. However, if I do them and I paint them and then I give them away, you know, um, there's something better to it. You know, you've got one of one, and it's the only one because anybody else can print out the same thing, paint it. It's not going to be mine. It's going to be somebody else's. Because my wife was like, shit, I painted a couple for her and she posted them on different forums. And the person was like, I'll give you $100 for it, or I'll give you $50 for it, or whatever. I think the sandworm was somebody offered her like $150. And she's like, yeah, why don't you do a bunch of these? And I'm like, yeah, then it becomes, it's different. Just make them and then sell what I make. But the whole thing is the reason why, okay, for example, um, even when I was doing the priming on the stream, right? I think so far I've only ever painted one thing on stream that is for me, and that was the Whitebeard standard, the 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 standard for the character Whitebeard from One Piece. That's the only one that I've ever printed on or done on stream for me because I have a whole shit ton of prints. I've got Mega Man, I've got Cutman versus Cutman, I've got the Baroness from GI Joe. I've got a whole bunch of them, but right now it's like more about like coming up on Christmas time, shit like this. But yeah, I think they hold more value to people, the people I'm giving them to, if it's one of one, you know nobody else has it, that kind of thing. But I don't know, there's something selfless in it. Which part? Mega Man and stuff like that? Mega Man's video games. The Baroness is from G.I. Joe, an old cartoon from the 80s. but it's stuff that I liked when I was a kid. Matter of fact, and I got one that's unprimed, but one of the ones I wanted to do for 6 eventually, and not it'll be one of these, but I wanted to get him like a pyramid head or something creepy, because I know he plays like Silent Hill games and stuff like that. Maybe something out of Resident Evil, maybe like a liquor or something. But that's just it. So that's what you're missing, Beans, is everyone that I'm doing to give away. I haven't even painted anything for myself. If I did, well, this guy that you like so much, I would have painted him a while ago, and he's dusty. Oh, the old Incredible Hulk. I would have painted him a while ago, but I haven't yet. He's still sitting here, and like I said, I got to reprime him because he's so dusty from sitting here. Okay, well that's fair. I'm 49. I'm on that cusp of 50. I make you a cavil, and you better. I don't want to fucking dime, Beans. Period. End of sentence. I don't. You know what I mean? I value you guys. You guys are my friends. Like I can't do that. I can just make them, and paint them and let you enjoy them. And how can you only do 80s and not know anything about games? Nintendo came out in 84 or 85. Channel donation is, I don't want the money. I don't do shit for money. Like, if we ever got the channel monetized and I had, like, hell, if I had the viewership that ABL has, I would have more than enough money just from the channel income. And Beans gets, I think, 10%. Yeah, I was thinking about doing you a Pyramid Head sick, or something that's horror game related, because I know you're always playing like survival games or horror survival and stuff like that. Yeah, I was too, but I was also playing video games at the same time I was doing shit like that. Like I can't make that up. And I was directed towards a Tomix comment. Well, you only wanted 5, but I always said 10, so I don't know. Well, we'll figure that out whenever that actually happens, which will probably be fucking never. Nothing from nothing means nothing. Yeah, I hear you on that one, Atomic. Um, but like, here you go, Legend of Zelda or Mario Brothers. Like, for my daughter has all my old Nintendo stuff. Actually, no, I can't even say all my old, because last time I said, "Hey, you still got all my old Nintendo stuff?" My daughter said to me, "You mean my Nintendo stuff?" But yeah, I mean, as time wears on, I got to make it through the holiday season. Birthdays coming up, stuff like this, Christmas, wedding anniversary, all this kind of shit. So I've got to get painting, and honestly, something's wrong with the printer too. The last 3 prints I tried to do from the game Majora's Mask. I did Deku Link. I printed them out twice. He broke apart twice. And then I tried doing another one for my wife from the Sanrio line, which is Hello Kitty and stuff like that, one of her friends. And like, he tore off the supports and everything, which tells me something in the printer is not letting it release right. So I got to fix it. Fair enough. As a matter of fact, I did the little dude from Dig Dug Atomic and Miss Pac-Man and Pac-Man. I actually downloaded the prints for him, but I'm gonna have to take him into a program called Blender, a 3D program, and re-render them because of the way they were put together is sloppy and they fall apart. Yeah, my wife calls my Xbox my babysitter. Holy shit, guys, we're actually think I'm gonna cut the stream here in a second. We're at midnight. Well, midnight on the East Coast. It's late. Print was done fast. A lot faster than I thought it was going to be. Can't get him zoomed in. I've noticed this. My last shot has been like whatever I had. Like if I leave him here like this, it seems to be what the header card is. But yeah, I thank you again, everybody. I appreciate the hell out of you guys watching just 5 minutes of the stream or whatever. And I'll be on Sunday, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, as usual. Hopefully, hopefully that'll go down smooth. And I swear to God, this time I am 110% doing this little frog dude too. That's going to be the next stream. Enough of it. But I'll see you guys on Saturday for ABL. And I'll see you guys Sunday for me, hopefully. I appreciate every last one of you. Sheree, thank you for being the first one in, one of the last ones out. You're awesome. Keep killing it as a mod. I tell you, thank you for keeping all the trolls or whatever in check, Beans. But since we don't get any of those because they're not cool enough, or maybe I'm not cool enough for trolls, but I do appreciate the hell out of you. And thank you guys very much. I will see you on Sunday. Everybody have a good night. Have a good, Friday. And remember, until next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys.